Prayers.
Let us pray. Almighty God, our Heavenly Father, send forth, we beseech thee, upon thy servants who bear office in this country, the spirit of charity and justice, that they may in all things walk before thee with steadfast purpose and a single heart, and faithfully serve in their several offices through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen. And as we continue through this reigning season, we continue to pray to God for his protection over us in this country. Father, all the elements of nature obey your command. Calm the storms and hurricanes that may threaten us, and turn our fear of your power into praise of your goodness. Through our Lord Jesus Christ, your Son, who lives and reigns with you in the unity of the Holy Spirit, one God, forever and ever. Amen. Most gracious God, author of all good things, we humbly beseech thee for the Parliament of Barbados, especially the Senate at this time assembled, that thou wouldest be pleased to direct and prosper all their counsels to the advancement of thy glory, the good of thy church, and the safety, honor, and welfare of our people. All this we ask in the name of Jesus Christ, our most blessed Lord and Savior. Amen. And together we say the Lord's Prayer. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come. Thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive them that trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory, forever and ever. Amen. And may the grace of our Lord Jesus Christ, the love of God, and the fellowship of the Holy Spirit be with us all now and forever. Amen.
The Senate is now in session.
Messages from Her Excellency the President. Announcements by Your Honor.
It is my duty to report to the Senate that I am in possession of the minutes for its meeting of Wednesday, August 10th, 2022. I have today also to inform you of messages from His Excellency the President, who is absent on government business, along with Senator Andwele Boyce. We are informed that Senators Drakes, Tate, and Nurse are going to be late in their arrival for this session.
Madam Deputy President, I beg to move the adoption of the minutes at this time.
So moved. The question is that the minutes be so adopted.
Deferred.
Deferred. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no. The ayes have it.
Presentation of petitions. Presentation of papers.
Senator Cummings.
Madam Deputy President, I am commanded to lay the following documents in this chamber today: the Financial Services Commission's Fees Order 2022, the Exchange Control Authorized Dealers Depositories Amendment Order of 2020, the Barbados Fiscal Framework 2023 to 2024 and 2025 to 2026, and finally, the response to the Auditor General's report, which was laid in the other place.
Reports from select committees. Questions to ministers. Requests for leave to move the adjournment of Senate on matters of urgent public importance. Statements by ministers or parliamentary secretaries. Personal explanations. Motions relating to the business or sitting of the Senate are moved by a minister.
Senator Cummins, please.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy President. I beg to move the suspension of Standing Order 45-2 for the duration of today's sitting.
The question is that Standing Order 45-2 be now suspended for the rest of today's sitting. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no. The ayes have it.
Madam Deputy President, I also beg to move the election of a Deputy President for the duration of today's sitting as well, in the absence of yourself in the substantive role.
The question is that a deputy be appointed for the rest of today's sitting. Those in favor?
Aye.
And those against, please say no.
With that support, Madam Deputy President, I beg to move the appointment of Senator Andrew Malalu as the Deputy President for the duration of today's sitting.
A second.
The question is that Senator Malalu serve as the Deputy President for today's sitting. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no. We think the ayes have it.
Introduction of bills.
Madam Deputy President, I beg to move the first reading of the Barbados Optional Savings Bonds Plus offered to the public Bill 2022.
Question is,
The bill be now read first time.
the question is that the boss bill be read first time. And those in favor, please say aye. Aye. And those against, please say no. He thinks the ayes have it.
Public business.
Public business is now the order of the day.
Order number 5, President. Stand in the name of the Honorable Leader of the Senate to move the second reading of the Barbados Optional Savings Bonds Plus offered to the public Bill 2020.
Senator Cummins, please.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy President. I wish to dispense with this bill during the course of today's debate with a brief introduction of what the bill is intended to do, why it is before this honorable chamber, what the government's intention is as it relates to this particular piece of legislation, and what its antecedents are by way of the previous BOSS bill, which was first introduced in 2020. Madam Deputy President and members of the Senate, I don't think that it is any surprise or anyone here in this chamber when we're talking about the BOSS bill. We've had an extensive, the bill at that time focused on measures that supported specifically at the time members of the Civil Service of Barbados. It was restricted entirely to members of the Civil Service of Barbados. At the time, Madam Deputy President, we found ourselves in a scenario where government employees not only did take up the offer of boss bonds, but they constituted over 25% of the uptake of the boss bonds in 2020. Madam Deputy President, you then had a scenario where other persons were then, once the bills were not taken, those bonds that were not taken up, they were then reverted to the central bank, and it was made open to others through the Central Bank of Barbados. Now, Mr. President, Madam Deputy President, we are in a scenario where the country is once again attempting to capitalize its development program. It is also something that Barbadians, and not just Barbadians at the institutional level, but Barbadians in the ordinary category of Barbadians, people like me, people like you, who are not only just receiving money on a monthly basis from your salaries or your wages on a weekly basis or bi-weekly basis, putting them into a commercial bank account or into a credit union account, having very little return, but that there is a culture of investment that also seeks to ensure that people are able to generate a return on their earnings. But this is a measure, Madam Deputy President, that treats, to one, the question of the investment climate, and two, it speaks to national development. And what do I mean when I say that? I mean, Madam Deputy President, that quite simply put, if I'm a Barbadian and I'm receiving my wages and I'm receiving my salaries, I can put it into my commercial bank account and I get very little on the return, if any at all. In fact, I'm paying more for the bank to manage my money in fees than I am getting as a return. The government of Barbados and the private sector as well is now in an aggressive push to encourage Barbadians to look at the investment climate, to look at what equities look like, to look at trading on stock markets, to look at getting involved in investments such as these, in secure investment. There is obviously quite a lot happening in the country. You see a lot of these schemes that people are running, and I think that the minister in the Ministry of Finance has warned people in the past about getting involved in some of these schemes, arguably to get a return, because they're not safe. Some of them are not what they purport to be. You put your money in, you're supposed to get back what is supposed to be an incredible return, but in most cases, Madam Deputy President, I know we grew up saying, if something sounds too good to be true, it probably is too good to be true. And so some of these programs, we have been encouraging people not to get involved in. But the BOSS program is not that. The BOSS program plus in this instance, Madam Deputy President, which is the main thing that now differentiates the plus program, which is what we are discussing here today, from the first program, is now open to everybody in Barbados. It is open to the public. Now, Madam Deputy President, why is this important? Institutional investors, corporations, the same commercial banks, the same credit unions, pension funds, all invest traditionally in different types of bonds, different types of securities. That's where they make their money. Average Barbadians who are earning a certain level typically look for savings, or they look for things like real estate, and they buy a car and they want to be able to get by. But Madam Deputy President, the wealthy among us, institutions among us, traditionally have always invested. They have always bought things like bonds. And what the government is trying to do in this instance, especially given the fact that the Prime Minister in her announcement of these measures spoke about the absence of a minimum amount for purchasing these bonds, is trying to make sure that the measures that have always been available to institutions and those who have strong access to large amounts, extensive access to large amounts of capital, strong histories of investment, that they have now been made of, that the same mechanisms have been made available to Barbadians of all walks of life to invest in securities, in bonds in this instance, that will generate a return on investment. So what are we proposing to Barbadians now with this particular measure? Mr. President, it is fairly simple. It is a 5-year bond. The rate of interest is approximately 4.5%. You cannot get that in any commercial bank. 4.5% does not exist in any bank where you will put your money. Madam Deputy President, the interest is payable on a semi-annual basis, and the principal is repaid 5 years from the initial date of the bond. There is no withholding tax on the interest that is earned on the bond. They are tradable and transferable. They can be purchased on monthly tranches, and they are also protected. I want to spend a moment on this, Madam Deputy President. There has been much ado created, falsely so, in the public space about whether or not the debt restructuring has happened in 2018 would affect government bonds. That is a false narrative, Madam Deputy President, and I wish to state categorically for the record that the 2020 BOSS bonds and the 2022 BOSS Plus bonds are exempt from any restructuring that may take place at any time in the future. And if you listen to the experts from the Ministry of Economic Affairs, they will make it very clear that the circumstances which existed in 2018 in the first instance that led to a complete restructuring of Barbados's international and local debt, domestic debt, do not now exist, and therefore the notion of a domestic debt restructuring as was done in 2018 is an absolutely false narrative that does not exist in reality. The bonds also have an early redemption feature, Madam Deputy President, and after 24 months they can be redeemed, and that is perfectly allowable under the measure. Madam Deputy President, these are not extraordinary measures, but they are measures that make it available, that make it attractive, not just to institutional investors. And the reason why I say it's not an extraordinary measure, Madam Deputy President, is because these are things that typically people who are accustomed to investing will see all the time. But that man who has $1,000 or $2,000 somewhere and decides he wants to invest for the first time now has an opportunity for the very first time to do that and to benefit from the same kinds of return on their investment that large investors do. And I know some of my colleagues during the course of today when they will speak, they will share a little bit of instances of the types of instances where people have discouraged persons from getting into investments because it serves their own interests, because they themselves are the ones investing. They understand the value of investment, they understand the value of investing in bonds and purchasing bonds, but they are then setting about with a narrative that tries to create in a culture that has a history of savings in banks. Our grandmothers or grandfathers used to keep their money in the house or underneath the bed in a tot, but they didn't put them in a commercial bank. But why would any government, why would anybody who has served in a government, why would anyone who purports to be an expert in these areas be attempting to dissuade ordinary Barbadians from getting the same kinds of benefits that those who have invested traditionally with large amounts have done for decades? There's something incredibly disingenuous about that. And I wish to encourage Barbadians to look at the mechanisms that are available for the bonds and to ensure that there is a fair and an equitable mix between large investors and small investors, large companies and individual households who are investing, because that is the nature of a Barbados Labour Party that wants to ensure that there is financial empowerment and equity in that empowerment, Madam Deputy President. The final thing that I want to say, Madam Deputy President, is that there is also a conversation that has to be navigated very carefully in our country around the balance between different types of financing. Now, the government of Barbados, we all know, we came here and we have signed loan agreements with third parties from outside of the country to be able to capitalize our development. Now, the government of Barbados is capitalizing our development from our own sources of financing, Madam Deputy President. When we talk about, just yesterday I was in a meeting and I was having a conversation with the persons who were in the meeting, and I was saying, well, we want this removed on one hand, but then we are not going to be able to separate. If I get a concession on this hand and I am having government forego revenue, you as Citizen Joe are not going to separate the concession that you just got or the duty-free exemption that you just got from the need to make sure that your roads are fixed. You're not going to separate the things that you have just been exempted from and the government's revenue that has been foregone from the fact that you still want your garbage to be collected, that you still want to make sure that you're able to pay for the university tertiary level education. These bonds, Madam Deputy President, are an innovative way of financing government's development agenda. What is that development agenda? It is the things that every Barbadian needs and wants to see in their country. It helps to finance the Capital Works Expansion Program, Madam Deputy President. It helps to finance the development of new programs and projects that create employment for ordinary Barbadians. It helps to finance the programs and projects, Madam Deputy President, that support social and economic inclusion in this country. So you now have innovative financing mechanisms, namely in this measure, which is a BOSS Plus bond, that finance things that benefit Barbadians, that Barbadians are also able to earn a return on in terms of their investment capacity. Madam Deputy President, I think that this is one of the kinds of things that I am looking forward to seeing moving forward. And the final point on that same issue, Madam Deputy President, on the forms of financing, is that in our business community, Madam Deputy President, and I happen to function in a sector that on a 5-yearly basis, every number of years has to be able to benefit from new capitalization. Typically, those conversations on new capitalization take place, Madam Deputy President, with commercial banks and commercial institutions by way of credit facilities. The notion of blended financing mechanisms, which include a blend of investment, attraction, and credit facilities, is a conversation that across our private sector is taking place now, because people have to ensure that there is access to financing to be able to deliver on the objectives that we have set for ourselves. In the same way, Madam Deputy President, that too applies to the utilization of these BOSS Plus bonds, as I have outlined in terms of the Capital Works program. The government is looking at a range of financing mechanisms, equally so from its own consolidated fund, from loan financing, and from the floating of bonds for the purpose of raising capitalization and then using that capitalization to pour back into the Barbados that we all want to be able to see being built and growing over time into that nation that continues to punch above our weight. And with these few words, Madam Deputy President, I commend this bill to this honourable chamber. I hope that I can count on the support of the colleagues, because it genuinely is a development mechanism that is being placed on the table. The things that we want, Madam Deputy President, all have a price tag attached to them. They are not esoteric things that just get paid for by themselves. All of the initiatives that we believe as a people that Barbados and a government should be investing in, they have to be capitalized. And mechanisms like this, well-structured, well-received, well-supported by our development and our financial partners, are among those ways of ensuring that we as a people can contribute to our own development. And with these few words, Madam Deputy President, I beg to move that this bill be read a second time.
Senator Robert Soto.
Thank you, Madam President. I want to just briefly run through a few things that I think I want to ensure aren't lost on any Barbadian as we consider this particular measure. There is one insaleable fact. It is one that pains me every day, but it is the truth. Money does not materialize out of thin air. It just doesn't. If I want to go to a fete, I have to find the money. I want a new phone, I have to find the money. No matter what happens, anything that I want, I have to work for in order to find the money. That fact is true for us as a country as well. There are a variety of wants that we as a country need. We're often very clear on it. We go on Facebook and in some cases on Twitter, we talk at the rum shops, we see our representatives, and we talk about the things that are necessary for this country. Necessary for our development, necessary for our progression, not just as a society, but as an economy. Necessary for each and every one of us to go about our daily lives and continue to grow and to prosper. And therefore, that money has to come from somewhere. Development does not come out of thin air. It has a cost. There's a price tag attached to it. The reality of the Boss Plus, similar to Boss, similar to a lot of the different investment opportunities that come about in Barbados, is that we as Barbadians are, so we've been told, and the truth bears out, risk adverse. We want to make sure that if we're going to put our money somewhere, that it's not going to disappear. And I understand that. I myself am completely risk averse, which I've said several times in this chamber. But the reality of the situation is we need to be able to do more on a development standpoint in Barbados. And this is one of the many measures that this government has sought to bring to the table to ensure that Barbadians can continue along a development path. As I indicated, there are many measures. We have, in some instances, borrowed money from international organizations and institutions. But unlike others, we have ensured that when we've borrowed that money, we have made our risk fact profile as low as possible and done so at very reduced interest rates. We have kept to our promise to Barbadians to ensure that every action that we take, both at home and abroad, is in the best interest, fiscally and socially, for Barbadians. And therefore, when Boss and Boss Plus Boss came about and Boss Plus has now come about, it is not with an idea towards risk. It is with an idea towards giving Barbadians an opportunity to put funds towards this country's development. It is giving us an opportunity to say we understand that we borrow internationally to assist with development. We understand that each and every Barbadian is proud. We are proud of where we have come, and we want to continue to be proud of where we're going. Each and every Barbadian wants the opportunity to put some kind of skin in the game. We want an opportunity to say, I have invested in my country. We do it every single day. Every time we go to work, every time we teach a lesson to a younger generation, every time that we step out of our doors, both locally and internationally, we do so as proud Barbadians. And this is another opportunity for Barbadians to say, look, we have done all the fiscal measures. We continue to do all the fiscal measures necessary to advance development. I want to put something on the table. When Boss first came about, I myself was a little, okay, all right, okay. I always hate to see zeros leaving my bank account. Hate to see any number leaving my bank account. But the way that I thought about Boss was this. Usually when you put money on a savings account, you have to go back to touch it. You have to. Things happen. You have to sometimes tap in a little here and tap in a little there. The account gets lower and lower. Sometimes you miss the savings mark. And you don't really have an opportunity to put funds in a place where you say, that money, I'm not going to see it until it has done what it was supposed to do and given me interest. That is why Barbadians tend to lean on certain kinds of social programs, right? Some may call it a susu, where you're putting your money towards savings. You have to put that money every month due to friend pressure or group pressure that you've made a commitment, so you have to keep putting the money in. And when your time comes around, you get all of that money, your deep breath, and you can proudly go and do what you had planned to do with that money. It wasn't an account where every month you had to be touching it here and touching it there. And then when the time came for the purchase, you couldn't make it because you weren't committed to the goal. I saw Boss as an opportunity to put funds somewhere where I am not going to touch this money. This money is going to stay here. It is going to accumulate interest. And at the end of that period, I would get back that money. And I would get it back with more money than if I had put it in the bank. Because when you compare, I think it's 0.01 to 4.5%, there could possibly be no comparison. And at that point in time, that particular program, as the leader of Senate Business said, was limited to civil servants. If the civil servant didn't want their particular bond, that was then sold to someone else with an opportunity. This particular instance allows all of Barbados, all Barbadians, in whatever form you choose to take, have an opportunity to say, I'm going to buy into this. I'm going to put some skin in the game. And I know that after 5 years, I'm going to get back what I should. That is not a new concept. So forgive me if I find myself confused by the disingenuous vagabonds who choose to walk the length and breadth of this country to write and say and make pronouncements that they know to be false. How have you gone to a university? How do you have a job which is meant to give advice to people and choose for whatever reason? And I'm going to say for whatever reason, because I hope it was not for political points, to try to tell Barbadians that a mechanism that they have used in their private lives and a mechanism that the government is now putting in front of them for them to invest in their country and in their country's development is false. How do you look people in the eye and tell them that something that could be for their benefit is false, and do so only because you want to score political points? The reality of the situation is Barbadians need more opportunities to invest their money. We are risk adverse. We are not going to sit down, most of us, and buy stocks on a stock exchange. We want a situation in which someone is saying, this is where you put your money, this is what your interest will be, and this is what you are going to get back. So before we start with the sky is falling chick-a-little kind of tactics, we need to understand that fundamentally, when you open your mouth in a setting that places you in a position of trust, you must be saying those things that are true, that are honest, that are upright and faithful. So forgive me if I'm a little upset, because we cannot continue to say Barbadians need more opportunities. We cannot continue to have the government putting opportunities in front of them, and because you want to feel as though you must oppose every single thing under the sun that the government does, you're telling them walk away. Get it together. The reality is some people may have some concerns, legitimate concerns, and it is for them that I want to turn my remarks. Because I want every single Barbadian who is interested in Boss Plus to go on Parliament's website and download the document. And I want you to read the entire thing, but please go to the schedule, because the insoluble facts are there. 5 years, 4.5% interest per annum. I've already said it. You can't get it at the bank. Cents. Any savings account that now sits in the bank, unless you are in the millions of dollars, you are getting what amounts to cents. Further, you are paying the bank more money to keep your money. It boggles the mind, but it is the reality. The interest will be payable on a semi-annual basis, and the principal paid 5 years later after you issued the bond. There's no withholding tax. Now, there's few situations in life where you can have no tax. There's an often saying that comes about, the guarantees in life are death and taxes. So any chance you get, please take the blame. There is no withholding tax, no stamp duties. At any point in time, The bonds are fully tradable on the bond market. You can purchase it monthly. If this month, the budget can't stretch a little bit, you hold on a minute and you go back next month. But the most important part, and I say the most important part because in preparing for today, I took some time to scroll through my Facebook timeline because I like to see what everybody's saying. And one of the most critical points that a friend of mine was saying was, well, how do I know that this isn't going to then be taken away and then I'm paid tax on the dollar? It's because it's protected. Similar to BOSS itself. Any debt restructuring that occurs will not apply to these bonds. Again, they are protected from any restructuring. The reality of the situation is that that is what should have happened the first time the previous government issued whatever bonds they had to issue. But as they've proved many times and continue to prove, their interest was not in protecting Barbadian people. Their interest was in getting what they needed and keeping it pushing. Which is why they're now keeping it pushing outside of this place and the other. Those bonds are protected. And finally, bonds have an early redemption feature. As I said, life happens. Sometimes you need to be able to access things quickly. Sometimes you need to be able to address a matter that has come up. So after 24 months from the issue date of those bonds, you can redeem those early. The reality of the situation is, as I've stated before, as many of my colleagues will state in here today, I have seen many Barbadians speak about the fact that they want to know what they can do to help. What we as Barbadians can do to push the development of this country, because it can't all be left to government or to the private sector. This is one of those mechanisms that the government has put forward to give that opportunity, to give a win-win situation. Barbadians get the opportunity to get more interest than they will get from the bank and an opportunity to put monies towards the development of this country. So you're getting interest and development. And that is a win-win situation for me, Madam President. I am obliged. Thank you.
Dr. Senator Hines.
Good morning, Madam President. Thank you for acknowledging me. And good morning to all. I'm quite glad to have the opportunity to speak on these BOSS Plus bonds. I do think they're quite attractive. I have to say, when I read the bill, I thought to myself, this sounds like some place to put some of my money. Not all, but to put some. 4.5% interest. I don't know where else I can find that. I can redeem my money after 2 years if I require it. Protected bonds. What more could you ever ask for? This sounds like a very good investment, and we have a lot of things to think about at this time. We are still in difficult times. The COVID-19 pandemic is not behind us. Things may continue to be quite tight for people, and we have to think about what we can do wisely with the money that we have. All of us should really be thinking about this. We need to consider financial literacy more and more. And considering this, I thought to myself, this seems like a very good initiative. We have to think about our families, not just what are we doing for ourselves, but what can we do to allow our money to do more for members of our families as well, our children, other relatives. We know of the somewhat precarious situation right now with NIS pensions. So considering how we can invest, perhaps to add to whatever some of us may end up getting. I hope we can get something, but it is what we're going to get because we don't know what is going to happen with our NIS pensions. We have to think about having our own private retirement savings plans for those of us who can afford it, and about other things that we can do with our money if we have that space. So all of this said to me that this is quite a useful initiative. I have to admit, I spoke to a few people about it. One of the people I spoke to was my grandmother, and the first thing she said, don't invest in it. Don't put any of your money in it. She had a whole set of her money in government paper, and it got a haircut, as she called it. She received a haircut. She rubbed her head. She told me this is not the only haircut she got, but she got this other haircut. And I said to her, but these are protected. And she said to me, oh, well, I like that. And she wished that she had the protection at the time because, unfortunately, she probably did not invest in multiple things. She had a lot of her money in one place. And this is where I want to say something a little bit different. I don't want to discourage anyone from investing in these bonds. I don't. But I want to encourage people to remember exactly what Senator Cummins said, that if things sound too good to be true, they probably are. And I say that as someone who is very likely to put some of their money in these bonds. What do I mean? I mean that whenever you invest, there is a risk. And if we are going to be honest with people, we have to tell them that any investment carries a risk. It might be low, but a risk exists. And that means, protected as these may be, there is a risk. How can there be a risk if these bonds are protected? Well, what do we come to this honorable chamber to do? We come often to look at amendments. So this current government may be committed to one thing, protection, but we do not know what will happen in the future. So I would like people to consider the possibility that in the future, legislation could be amended and something could happen to your investment. This is not to say not to invest, but it is to say be aware that any investment carries risks. And I think this may be one of the problems that people such as my grandmother may have faced in the past, that they were not sufficiently cognizant that even safe investments or safer investments carry risks. And I would like people to really bear in mind that there are risks. And because of this, we should think carefully about what we are doing. So don't necessarily go and put all of your eggs in the Boss Plus basket or any other basket for that matter, because we do not know what the future holds. I heard Senator Cummins say that we are now in a different place financially than we were in 2018. Sure, but we also know that so many things unexpected happen and have happened. COVID-19 pandemic. Who was expecting that? Global crises, from financial crises, wars, all sorts of things can occur. Hurricanes that can shake the financial stability of this country, although we do not want that. None of us wants that for Barbados. But we do have to bear in mind that as a small, open economy, we are very vulnerable to external shocks. And because of this, in the future, there can be risks. And this is basically what I wanted to bring to people's attention. I want to not be disingenuous, as I've heard some of my colleagues in here say, but to be very genuine in asking people to really be guided by advice that you will get from those who are expert in these areas. And do not be fooled to think that because we have legislation in place today that protects something, that the legislation tomorrow, not necessarily tomorrow as in Wednesday, but in the future, may not be changed so that that protection may no longer exist. Take these things very seriously. I would like for the financial literacy to be encouraged rather than to use the kind of language that makes people think that there is nothing that could ever go wrong with these bonds, because that is not true. It is possible that in the future, things can change. We hope not. I hope not, especially because I said I may put some of my money in there. But this is something that we do need to bear in mind. So to be genuine, I want to alert the public to the risks that still can be attached to this sort of investment, and to ask them, while considering national development and how beneficial this could be and should be for the country, do not go into this initiative blindly and potentially in the future be left a little bit upset. We have to remember that when you invest, there's a risk. That is my basic message here. And I ask that the public be so guided and that we encourage people to become increasingly financially literate so that we can be more discerning when thinking about how to invest, where to put our money, whether to focus on savings accounts, and what we as the public should do to protect ourselves, in particular in situations where there are some of us who are heavily reliant on things such as the national insurance, pension, and what have you. And with those few words, Madam President, I'm obliged to you.
Thank you, Senator Hines, Senator Dr. Hines. Senator Nichols, please. No, Senator King. Senator King. I saw you smiling at me or waving your hand, but I thought it was a greeting rather than an ask for the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam President. I've listened very carefully to all of my colleagues so far, and it is clear that the general public who are also listening get the message that this is basically an attempt by government to rectify some problems that we have or to tackle some problems that we have. You talked about in terms of infrastructure. We're dealing in a world today where, uncertainty is out there. We have what I would term as the merchants of chaos, who oftentimes use these opportunities to create fear within the society. And as was mentioned by the Honorable Senator prior to me, to create this fear is to sometimes to score points in whatever way that they wish. It could be political, it could be just be out of a sense of being a very antisocial person. This is part and parcel of life, and this is part and parcel of what we have to deal with on a daily basis. But I want to take you back, and I want you to look seriously at the history of this country. When you talk about, and this talk goes wrong all the time. You hear people saying all the time, oh, we must do financial literacy, and we must do, and I agree that we must. As the world changes around us, you have to become up to date with it. But think about this for a little while. Those same old people that Senator Cummings talked about, her grandmother, great-grandmother, our mothers and stuff. A lot of these people fed families, built homes, sometimes not even 1, 2, and 3, without mortgages, without a whole set of things that are available to this generation of people. Are you going to tell me that they were financially illiterate and got it done? I beg to differ. I beg to differ. All people need, as Senator Hines said, is correct information. Proper information that puts them in a position to make a decision as to if I'm going to invest in these bonds, how much can I afford? As there is no specific limit that you have to start at, that means that it is entirely up to you to decide how much you want to put into this. As a person who has already been in the BOSS program, I speak now from a position of knowing, not thinking or believing. And I can say to persons out there that it has been, from my experience, a fantastic opportunity for me to not only just to save, but to start a pattern of even thinking about what next can I invest in. And the investment is not just investing in someone else, it is that investment in myself, an investment for my children, an investment for my relatives. And so I want to encourage every right-thinking Barbadian to do the things that your offspring, your next generation, your cousins, your whoever would be proud of. If people in your families have doubts about these bonds and about getting involved in it, as was mentioned earlier, again, if you can't get to the website or whatever, pick up the telephone and call the experts. I always say it is better for you to hear it from the horse's mouth than to hear it on the road with people who have ulterior motives and not the best interest of you yourself. You know, in our national anthem, we have some words that I usually have to go back to them whenever I have to do anything at all. You know, it says, strict guardians of our heritage, firm craftsmen of our faith. This BOSS program, BOSS Plus, gives all of us, first it was for civil servants and others got involved, but this now opens it up for all of us to think seriously about those words. We take matters into our own hands. We become the craftsmen of our faith and strict guardians of our heritage by being able to invest as a family, as a Barbadian family. And also, let's not play games here. The government is accountable to you. They can't get up and get on a plane and fly out to Barbados and go somewhere else to live. They've made a commitment to you to protect these bonds as the government putting them out there for you. You're getting a better rate than if you have it in a bank or in a credit union or even in some of the activities that we undertake on a daily basis. Now, you know, my people, you love a fete, you love a drink, you love a party, you love everything, but let's get real. At some point in time, you have to start thinking, and I'm going to say this to younger people, because all of us in here were young at some point in time, and I know a lot of us in here might not want to say it for the whole world to know, but if you look at some of the decisions that we would have made when it comes to using money in the past, as you become older and wiser, you begin to ask yourself, if I had done X, Y, Z earlier in life, I probably would have been a lot further in my financial standings. But we love to party, and we like to fete, and we like to do all these things. I'm not saying nothing wrong with it. But whilst you're going to do all of those things, you also have to think about what happens when you no longer are interested in fetting and partying and doing all of them things. Or what happens when you take on the institution of marriage, which I heard people talking about risk, which in itself is one of the biggest risks you could ever take in your life. You don't want to talk about it. I will tell you about it. It's a risk. Risk on both parties. Because you don't know what's going to happen in the future. If you ask yourself, you look around the country, you ask yourself what he said. And when you got depressions and things like that happening, it's been shown time and time again that divorces come in at a high rate. That in itself takes on a whole set of financial complications. So you have to think, if you're getting married and you're doing all these things, I say to you as a couple, you can invest, but I would encourage you as individuals to also invest too. Because even in that institution, there's a risk. There's a risk. And so therefore, ladies and gentlemen, I want all Barbadians, and I'm very serious, I would like all Barbadians to seriously consider playing your part in this particular venture. You know, this is about us. At the end of the day, the government can, and it has the opportunity now that it's put itself in a better position to go on the open market, to borrow money, to do some things. But we are saying no. We are saying we are going to take on the responsibility of doing those things that we can do for ourselves. And so, Madam President, I will not repeat all the things that have been said already. I know my people, and I know that they think, they listen, and I know many times they will, as the old people will say, they will jeer on people who talk foolishness in order to get in the back and laugh at them at some point in time. So I don't worry too much about all the noise that carries on out there. But what I do worry about is that we find ourselves in a position where people know within themselves that this is a good thing. But for whatever reason, they have to say or find all kinds of negative things to dissuade people from doing something good for themselves and for their families. And, you know, as I said before, these are the merchants of chaos, and you have to begin to understand who they are, how they operate, why they operate the way they operate, and make decisions in the best interest of yourselves, your families, and by extension, the country that you live in, that you claim, that you love. And with those few words, I'm obliged to.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Williams? Senator Nurse? I'm rechristening you, I apologize.
Thank you, Madam Acting President, for recognizing me, and good morning to my fellow senators. I wasn't so sure that I was going to speak on this particular measure, but I think there's just one or two things that I just would quickly like to reiterate. You know, being a person who would have been involved in the financial sector in my working days, my working life, I just thought that I would mention, for everyone's sake, I've been hearing that, you know, these bonds are very safe and very secure, and I'm sure that they are structured in such a way that there's measures, as far as I can see, there's some measure of protection for persons who would be willing to purchase this particular investment. But I would wish to point out, of course, that that level of protection is only as strong as the legislation to which it comes attached. And of course, we know that from time to time, while at this point, government may have every intention, and I don't ever apportion any motives or any sinister things to any government. I believe that governments are always genuinely interested and honestly trying to do the best they can in the circumstances. And so in the circumstances now, if government has decided there's this level of protection, so be it. We don't know, of course, what will happen in the economy a year from now, 2 years from now. We just don't know. And it may be necessary at some point to come back and bring in new legislation to adjust the terms under which this security was initially issued. I'm not here, Madam Acting President, to scare anyone from investing in this instrument if they so desire. Obviously, we can see that it gives a return which is not available in most other situations or most other investment opportunities give that kind of return just now. But I would only suggest that those who are not sure, those who have maybe uncomfortable, discuss it with some person who you feel confident about, your insurance advisor, your bank advisor, your relative or friend who may be in the financial field, and get some feedback in coming to your decision. Don't just accept that this is good and that you are going to put your money into this, and it will be all well and good to maturity. I and others, I probably in here and throughout Barbados would have had suffered because of the restructuring which was necessary in 2018. And, at the time, as I said, back in the days when government issued securities, when government issued government paper, and people ask me, should I invest in this or should I? And I give them the kind of appropriate advice within the context of the economy at the time. And I advise myself as well, and I also invested, but of course we know what happened in 2018, and we suffered. So the point is that risk in terms of this security has to be taken seriously, cannot be taken lightly, and we must ensure that we take it into account before we come to our decision. This bond issue, Madam Acting President, is going to be an interesting one because I think it also is going to be a test on the Barbadian, in terms of the Barbadians public, the general public, the institutional investors, the financial community, as to whether or not the confidence in government securities is returning. And, we know that I think it was 125 million issue was done, I think in late 2021. I don't remember the date, but correct me if I'm wrong. Up to now, I don't know how successful it was, if it was, how much of that issue up to this point has been taken up. And so we are now unleashing on the public this other security for investing purposes. And, it is going to be important, I said, because if this is not successful, if we can know if the previous issue was how successful that is, then I think it's going to send some signals, particularly to the international community, as to the confidence level of investing in Barbados. And at this time, we really need to be able to track these international investors. If there are negatives that are going to come out of this because it didn't prove to be attractive to Barbadians, then it will probably also be an indicator to the international community who may then be rethinking about the investments which they are currently considering for Barbados. Should that happen, I don't want to be the eternal pessimist or anything, but should this not prove to be the success that we are hoping for, and should we not be able to attract those foreign investments, which is absolutely necessary to drive the growth and do the capital projects and so on, which we are hoping for, then where does that leave us? I think it is probably an indication that we will have to stay on with the IMF in another austerity program if we are finding difficulties in raising capital. And so these are the issues that we need to consider, we need to think about. But overall, I would say that on the face of it, these terms and conditions of this particular bond seem to be quite favorable. If you find that you have the level of confidence that you can deal with this risk, then I would surely recommend that you take up some of these investments. But of course, remember there are lots of other issues you will need to consider. We know what is happening with our national insurance, or we know what is happening, or perhaps what is not happening yet with our national insurance. We don't know what adjustments we may have to do. And so we may need to consider how we preserve our current available cash for those eventualities in case there's some really serious adjustments that might have to be made to the national insurance. We never really, what may look to be a good little nest egg now, 10 years from now, you find that it really is not worth what your expectation was. And so I just want you to, when you consider, I just want the general public, when they consider their taking up or this investment, that they look at the overall picture and come to a sensible conclusion. And with those few words, Madam Acting President, I am obliged to you.
Thank you very much, Senator Nurse. Senator Dr. Maynard.
Thank you, Madam. Thank you, Madam Acting President. Senator Nurse, in his usual style, is able to see these things much more clearly, and he understands financial literacy. I do not, but I've listened to all my colleagues who spoke before, and it is interesting that this bill appears to wish to have the public support to fund projects that will help the same people. Now, nothing in life is predictable, 100%. And there always risk. You might look and think that your money is safe in the bank and you're guaranteed a minuscule, almost imperceptible interest, and that it is safe. And then you look and see, hey, I could invest some of these eggs I have in this basket and get 4.5%. But there's also a risk that you may not get 4.5%. That risk Madam President, is not controlled by any one individual. It's an entire parliament. So when we speak and say that the laws can be amended, they can only be amended if the entire parliament and each house and its majority agrees, Mr. President, Madam President. And therefore, in some ways, the responsibility to make sure that the promises get rest with the parliamentarians now and future is a big responsibility, because having had a haircut and a shave, all you have left is skin. And if you shave again, you'll be exposing the skull. I have invested in the first issue of the BOSS program, and I have no intention not to invest in this one, because I believe it is safe. And I believe that all the parliamentarians, current and future, will keep the promise that is laid out in the legislation and make sure that it is protected. Now, Senator King spoke of small-scale, long-term investment. My grandmother did not get a house in 5 years. She sold lots and lots of sheep and pigs and potatoes over a long time. But this is only 5 years. So if someone did not pay her for the sheep, she only lost those sheep. This is a different matter. And you're not comparing apples and grapes. Not apples and oranges, even worse. Apples and grapes, they're two totally different things. There are persons who have had that haircut and shave, and who are elderly, who might want to now, in the short term, invest, because time is of essence. And it is really important that aspects of financial literacy, as it's called, is explained to them. There are no absolute guarantees. There's a promise, there's a written promise, but that promise rests with the members of Parliament. So the commitment has to be with the members of Parliament saying, when the time comes, we will or we will not agree to change this legislation. I think, Madam Acting President, that the scheme, with all its risks and all the changes happening in the world, and all the need for financing, and all the money sitting almost idle in the bank, that it's a good idea, and I will support it, Madam President. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Dr. Maynard. Senator Nichols, please.
Madam Deputy President, I'm obliged to you to lend my voice in support of the Barbados Optional Savings Bonds Plus offered to the public act. When I look at the provisions of this bill and scrutinize the very short provisions, it seems to me that there is sufficient certainty in what the government intends really as an optional savings scheme. And I say that against the backdrop of some of the criticisms and some of the concerns raised both in this chamber, very legitimately by honorable senators, and outside of it by some who are not so honorable in their remarks about what the government intends. That in law, one of the hallmarks of decent, proper purposive legislation is the legal certainty which it provides. And I had to make sure that I did a double take and went back through all of the provisions, particularly in the schedule, to ensure that some of the criticisms and concerns that have been raised both in and outside of this chamber can be addressed in my contribution. Now, I think it is important to underscore that the economic situation that created the framework for the original BOSS savings bonds arrangement is emphatically different from what the country faces today. And that is to the credit of the government in restoring the economic outlook for Barbados, rebuilding an economy that was on the edge of disaster, falling over the precipice with downgrade after downgrade. And if it may sound like political grandstanding from the point of view that the government is making this point, it is important that it does so, to draw the contrast. Because the economic environment we have in Barbados today is not where the debt to GDP ratio is 176%, as it was when we came to office in 2018. We are not facing 4 weeks of import cover in foreign reserves. We are not facing $1.9 billion in debt servicing requirements. And the BOSS arrangements in its original state were intended to help the government restructure its domestic debt commitments and obligations. And it worked. And I said to my colleagues in caucus this morning, a number of institutions throughout the Caribbean called me when they discovered that I had clients who had won cases or got personal injury settlements and were in possession of a sum of money to which the court awarded damages, and were offering to buy them from the clients, every single one, so that the interest within the secondary bond market created, and this goes beyond the BOSS arrangement, because the Series J bonds and the bonds that government are paying to liquidate outstanding debt since the 2018 restructuring in the Barbados economy, a lot of foreign regional companies are approaching ordinary Barbadians to buy these bonds that the government has been issuing. And what struck me is that there is a complete lack of understanding among the general populace as to what bonds are. Because when the government says it owes you some money that the court awards in a judgment, and they're going to pay in bonds, the first instinct for many people is that they're not getting any money in their hands. They're getting a piece of paper with a promise that they will be paid at a later date. And that is not how the Series J bonds and the one before Series F were operating. For example, if the government has $100,000 for you, it would pay you over a 3.5-year period in equal monthly payments. Rather than the $100,000 as a lump sum, the government spread over the payment over a period. But what the institutions, financial institutions across the Caribbean were doing, were coming to you and saying, look, I would give your client 90 cents in the dollar, and giving them all the money now, they will hold the bond. And what struck me about that arrangement was that it could be Jamaican money market brokers or one of those agencies like that. I'm not in any way trying to cast any criticism on them because they have a business to run. But if they come and say, I give your client $90,000, the client takes the $90,000, they hold the bonds over the period of the bonds and collect $100,000 from the government after 3.5 years. Now they invest $90,000 and get 10%. 10 cents in the dollar return on their investment. That is better than any deal in town. And what struck me was the fact that there were so many people who were willing to say, no, we will take these payments from government as they come every month. We know they are certain. Government has restructured its debt because it can't pay the $1.9 billion today, one time. And this was debt that was accumulated under the last administration. And I want to make the point, no administration in the history of Barbados has had as much tax intake as revenue than the last administration. But it left this country with the largest debt it ever had to deal with. And we came to office to restructure that as one of the mission critical things that we had to do. And I can understand why some of my colleagues spoke with such passion, because what you hear out there, certainly not here by the honorable senators, is that this is another ruse by government, when that is further from the truth. So that I want to share with you, Madam President and colleagues, that it is my judgment that the certainty guaranteed in the arrangements and the provisions settled in this bill mean is essentially what the government says the law is intended to do. Now, I heard one of my colleagues speak about the fact that there's risks in everything. And Senator King's comment that even in marriage there's a risk, and a large financial risk, is not to be underscored or understated. I was trying to be critical in assessing the level of risk in this. And I am yet to be satisfied that there is any reason to be fearful of the risk associated with investing in these bonds. Now, a government cannot change the law to take away the structured returns on the investments made under this bill. It cannot, because to do so would be unconstitutional. It would be an unlawful deprivation of property without compensation. And we have courts in Barbados that protects the right to property, and money and investment is property in our law. So to say that a government or a future administration can come and change the law and take away either the principle or the interest which is guaranteed under the legislation would mean that Parliament will pass a law that allows government to unlawfully, or I should say in breach of the Constitution or your constitutional right to protection of property. And that law that is passed will be struck down by the court. So that if that is the risk that is bothering persons, then I would suggest, Madam President, that is so. And I will say this, man. This Barbados Labour Party administration came to office in 1994 when, Madam Deputy President, you were a minister in that government, and put the constitutional protection around these public servants' salaries and gave certainty in law that it could not be done again, that anytime the country got into economic difficulty, that the government could not cut public servants' salaries. And that certainty in the law still holds to this day. And members of this honorable chamber can remember that when the last administration got into trouble, they were beckoning to the Barbados Labour Party in opposition to give them the support to amend the Constitution to take away the right that the UNAFA administration had put in law so that they could cut public servants' salaries in 2014 and 2015. The reason why they could not do it because it was certainty, there was certainty in the law. And the law does not operate in that way. So the idea that a government can come along and just take away people's property as if that were a risk is really making a mountain out of not even a molehill, a pile of dirt. Mr. President, Madam Deputy President, it also has to be stated that what do these terms and provisions mean to the ordinary man? We speak about a 5-year bond with a 4.5% interest rate per annum. What does that mean? It means that if you save $1,000 at the end of the year, you're guaranteed $45 of interest paid on that $1,000 you've saved. If you put that $1,000 into a commercial bank, you get 15 cents at the end of the year. Now, when I was at school, we studied Merchant of Venice, and even although Shylock did not like Antonio, who spat on his Jewish gabardine, you remember at 1 scene 3, he said, quite frequently, 30,000 ducats for 3 months, and Antonio bond, I'll take that bond. Even Shylock, if he were to be reincarnated into the present day Barbados, look at 5-year bond at 4.5%, given what is the prevailing 0.15% interest rate in the commercial banks. I would think that not only ordinary Barbadians, but some of the institutions in Barbados which hold significant liquidity in the system could take advantage of this. And I will tell you, Madam Deputy President, it is my lingering suspicion that the way in which Barbados has been able to navigate itself through the debt restructuring, particularly the domestic debt restructuring, frightens the political opponents of the government. This opens up a channel for savings of Barbadians, not only ordinary Barbadians, but some of the institutional financial institutions and groups and organizations in Barbados to make provision for the future of those institutions and their members. And if this is successful, it creates an opportunity for savings gains, and it also opens up a new pathway for government to finance a lot of the infrastructural development needs that the country requires. So that the opponents outside of this honorable chamber of this legislation and of the government understand that if the economic turnaround in Barbados continues, that there will be no basis for the country to consider them ever in the immediate future to occupy the halls of government. And I want to assure my Barbados Labour Party colleagues that this is what is keeping them busy on Facebook. And the economist who holds the sessions in the rum shops in St. Philip. That is what is keeping them busy about this piece of legislation. I don't have to remind members that when the previous Barbados Labour Party administration transformed 2 statutory organizations, ICBL and the Insurance Corporation of Barbados and the Barbados National Bank, they were criticized. We were criticized for doing that. We're selling our birthright. But in quick time, the smaller shareholding held by the government, once we partnered with another partner, was earning more money for the government of Barbados than when the government held it as a statutory corporation. And the Barbados National Bank blossomed and became the Bank of the Year for several years and is one of the leading financial institutions in Barbados today. ICBL has transformed from its formative days as the Insurance Corporation of Barbados and holds its own. The private sector insurance companies have had more mergers changes and acquisitions and all around. And that institution still holds. And Barbadians were warned not to put a cent in them by the political opponents of the then Barbados Labour Party administration. They were told don't buy a share in them. They're still standing today. I am the beneficiary of those shares because a great aunt of mine left them in her will for me, and I ain't selling my AC Bell shares at all. Because we understand what those old people had to do to get a piece of the financial pie in this country. When I say we, I'm talking about the generation, Madam Leader, myself. We understand that. And this conservatism that is really a good thing on some occasions, that is part of the Barbadian, Barbadian ethos, is we cannot have a gut instinct or reaction that is different to what is naturally innate to us. Barbadians are naturally conservative. We view things very skeptically. Some people say is risk averse, but that is Barbadians. But that Barbadian characteristic was merged with Trinidadian ingenuity and regional capital, particularly to Jamaica, and has taken a Barbadian company that was 300 years called Mutual and made it into one of the leading financial institutions in this hemisphere, or this part of the region. All of that was in the mix. So I'm not necessarily going to be critical of Barbadians who naturally are risk averse. I remember, Madam Deputy President, when my mother was retiring from the University of West Indies, and you will know I used to frequent a place in St. Stephen's Hill. But there was an agent of CLECO who used to wait there for me every day because he felt that he needed to overcome me in order to get my mother to put her retirement from UE into CLECO. And CLECO was paying more than the 4.5% that the government is securing in these bonds. In fact, they were paying more, double this amount. And there was no hue and cry in Barbados about risks. But we know that the portfolio of CLECO was highly leveraged, and the assets could not match the liabilities that the company held, and that the authorities of the day, rather than bring the provisions of the legislation to bear, allow that institution to continue when the first signs of danger came. And when the Honorable Prime Minister in another place wanted to debate this, the then Prime Minister responded that her motion should be punished with laughter. Where are the purveyors of doubt on the Boss Plus bonds? Where were they then? Where were they on Facebook and social media telling the people of Barbados that there was no risk to their investments at CLECO? Where were they then? So that I understand why a financial savings instrument has become such a hot political topic in the country. I understand, Madam Deputy President. And I am not going to participate in the debate ignorant of that fact. I will close by making this one point. Whenever I want to understand serious economics and the economic situation that we as a country in Barbados and in our place in the Caribbean, the journey that we have gone through, I read The Practice of Economic Management by the late Sir Courtney Blackman. It was very useful to me, Madam Deputy President, when I first came on my journey in the Senate. And I'm grateful that we have now the essential owing that was recently published. I do not listen to the soothsayers, naysayers, and the doubters. I would encourage this government to continue in its mission to transform the lives of the people of this country. I've heard many senators today suggest that they may very well invest in these bonds. And I know that there will be people in Barbados investing in them. And I agree with Senator Nurse, go out, the Right Honorable Senator Nurse, go out and get your financial advice from the financial advisors. I don't think many insurance salesmen will be telling you won't buy these bonds. That is the very truth. But get your financial advice. Ask the questions that have been asked in this chamber. You don't have to take it from me because you know where I stand. Ask all of the questions. But like Shylock, who had to consider the terms of the deal, 5 years, 4.5% interest. A legal structure that is ring-fenced from the government refinancing. No withholding tax on the interest earned. Stamp duty not payable. Bonds that are tradable in the secondary market. After 2 years, you can trade them in. If you don't like the returns or if you have a need to dip into those savings. An interest that is accrued, payable semi-annually, every 6 months. This is what is on offer. I am not a financial advisor or analyst. Ask the people who know. And I would encourage not only the ordinary Barbadians, but those who are the custodians and guardians of associations, groups, and organizations who cannot guarantee the future continuity of those organizations and groups, who hitherto have been relying on a little interest. I'm a member of groups and organizations, Madam Deputy President, and every month the financial statement reports one of the expenses bank charges, which was not a thing in the past. The interest always used to be higher than the bank charges. But we have a situation in Barbados now where the interest is much lower than the bank charges. So organizations might soon got to start doing like the old people and keep the money home in the top. But this arrangement allows you to participate in a journey that allows us to build the country, to tap into the liquidity in the banking system, but to give a fair return on that investment. I will never say, Madam Deputy President, that there is no risk. Perhaps the risk may not be within my purview at this point in time. I don't know everything. According to a good friend of mine, I'm not Lord God, knowing everything. But we evaluate the risk within the context of the situation that we are in. And Barbadians are not ignorant of the economic journey we have traversed over the last 4.5 years. So that I close, Madam Deputy President, by saying this Barbados, I want to call the name of the legislation correctly, Optional Savings Schemes Plus of the Republic Act, is commended to the people of this country. I want to encourage the government to continue to do right by the people, because we are ultimately will be judged by the people of Barbados. Again, with those words, Madam Deputy President, I am obliged.
Thank you very much, Senator Nichols. Senator Mallalieu, Acting Deputy President.
Madam Acting President, I rise very briefly to make 2 points only, and I've listened to everyone's contribution today, and I agree with the vast majority of what has been said. I want to make 2 points though. First point, from the private sector point of view, the effective tax rate of this bond is probably about 5.3%, because for you to get an equivalent bond in the private sector that would pay you a net tax-free of about 4.5% with the withholding tax, et cetera, you would need to look for an instrument of about 5.3%. I just say that to recognize that, there are people in the private sector who might consider other investments, and in so doing, considering the tax consequence, the risk-adjusted return, et cetera, we're around 5.3%. But that's not my substantive point. The only thing I really want to say is this. I see Barbadians for many years, every day, every week. I see people all around the world, and I believe that many times you can separate people, the population of the world, in various different ways. You might say there are those who live in the Western Hemisphere and those who live in the Eastern Hemisphere. You might say that there are those who live in the Northern Hemisphere and those who live in the South. There are those who do one thing or those who do another. Within the real estate world that I operate in, Madam Acting President, I separate those who celebrate when they get a loan from those who celebrate when they repay a loan. And when I read this document, I have no objection to it at all. The instrument that it creates is very attractive for Barbadians interested in it. But exactly where does it speak at all to how it will ever be repaid? Where is it that everyone is talking about in here that this is a sure thing, after 5 years you're going to get your money back? Where is that address? Where's that plan? Where's the plan for us ever to repay any of this attractive debt that we create? And I'm not speaking about this government or the previous government or the next government that might come. But the reality is we need to have a plan, because these bonds will need to be repaid. And how are you doing that? What is the plan to be able to repay this? Is it that you're going to borrow again the next time? Is that what the plan is? Under Section 4.1 of this Act, it says clearly that it will be to facilitate the funding of environmental, economic, and social development in Barbados. We all know those investments take generations to pay returns, but these bonds are 5 years. So I just say, in these few words, as I am about to sit down, I am amongst those in this world who celebrate when a loan is repaid. I do not celebrate on the day that the money is borrowed. With those few words, I'm obliged to you, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Malandou. Senator Kevin Boyce.
Thank you, Madam Deputy President. My apologies for not being here for the start of the proceedings. I would have sent a missive, but I do not see the recipient present, so please accept my apologies at this time, ma'am. Madam President, the simple fact is that the government requires the uptake of these bonds so as to facilitate certain developmental objectives. Simply put. And while we can ponder the rationale, the reasoning, and the timing of such a release or an offer, it is simply put a requirement to raise finances for what the government seeks to do. In that regard, as set out by Senator Malandou a few moments ago, the purpose is at clause 4.1. A vehicle through which the general public may invest in bonds in order to facilitate funding of environmental, economic, and social development in Barbados.
Now, I heard the tail end, or I heard the entirety of Senator Malalu's contribution, but the simple fact is that the government finds itself in a position where it has to seek the funding from somewhere. Either it's internationally or it's private. And this seems to be a local mechanism by which to get persons within the Barbados community to invest in the development of the country. The question which has to be asked is, of course, why is this necessary? And the answer to that question is a tale as old as time. Every government is required to raise finances through a variety of mechanisms to achieve the objectives. If you don't raise the finances by way of investment opportunities such as bonds, I'm calling for the contribution, well, you have to raise it via taxes. And it's a question of balancing how you utilize the different tools which the government has in its toolkit to achieve the stated objective. And when I was on the way here, I was listening to my learned friend, Senator Nichols, describe what he called Trinidadian ingenuity. And I thought to myself that we must not sell our own country short with regard to the Barbadian approach to dealing with matters. And the fact is that while there is a certain amount of reticence with regard to the uptake of investments as a whole, that is something which can be dealt with the appropriate education and the appropriate mechanisms of communication with regard to the purpose of the bonds and why it benefits the country as a whole. Now, Madam Deputy President, I believe the resurgence of government bonds as a tool started in this recent iteration in 2015, ma'am, where a very limited offering, I think of 10 million, was put forward and snapped up. Now, in 2015, it was only $10 million that was put forth, and that was quickly taken up by the public. The question which we then have to ask is it the size of the bond that is being sought, which may have a resultant effect in relation to the public appetite if the pie is too big? Or may it be better to put it forward in smaller chunks so that we can see the resulting appetite for it and see if there are necessary modifications that can be made? But for now, I believe this is the starting process. We would have had the bonds which were issued to the public servants, ma'am. I believe that started in 2020. And the last records I can find on that was an article in 2021 referring to commentary in the other place where there was reference to approximately, ma'am, lawyers and math, ma'am. There's reference, so I will call the figures, ma'am. 18 million, 8.2, and 16 million, ma'am. So the quantum of the uptake may not have met the government's objectives. So how do we allow or facilitate the government's objectives of raising this money? I believe that there is a need for a great push in terms of education. We have seen the facility of this government to get a message out. And the message that I would suggest that is put out there is the benefit of the bonds, while certainly not downplaying, but acknowledging the element of risk. And with every investment, ma'am, there is an element of risk. Two things in life are sure. Well, three: death, taxes, and a mother's love. But when we look at the element of investment, ma'am, the concept and the mindset of a populace needs to be considered in terms of how the program is put forward. So it may be that we look to the past and say, well, this is what worked in 2015. What in that mechanism can we utilize to achieve the objectives now in 2022? I have done, ma'am, my informal polling, and what I hear is, one, there's a certain lack of understanding where there's a conflation of the government restructuring of certain paper to this type of bond. The fact is, these type of bonds were not touched in the government restructuring. But as we all know, communication is about who is listening. So the persons out there who say, we heard there was a write-down, we felt the effects of the write-down, because the persons who held that paper, the entities, the corporate structures who held that paper took the hit. And we all know about corporations, legally their purpose is to create a profit. So if a corporation takes a financial hit, that hit is passed on. That's the fiscal reality, ma'am. The second reality is, of course, the perception. So if there is a perception out there that there was this impact on government paper, the message needs to be sent out that there will be no such impact on this form of investment. How do we bring persons into the comfort and the security? I am not able to say, ma'am. But I do recognize that there is an uphill battle with persons being concerned because simply put, ma'am, simply put, everyone right now is afraid of risk. But everyone is still chasing yield. We want something, but we want it in a certain way. And let's not fool ourselves, ma'am. It's hard to come here and say persons should invest when there is a segment of the population who is saying, invest with what? That's a reality. And we have heard and we support the government's rhetoric that we must all take care of those who are less fortunate. What I have observed, purely anecdotally, is that there is a growing element of almost resentment, which I think is unfair, for the burden that is perceived on those who pay a certain amount of taxes consistently and are being asked to make contributions consistently. I remember, ma'am, in my 20s, which was just the other day, I chastised a group of friends, actually Senator Nichols was there, and I told them that they had no sense of social responsibility. I might have used some expletives, I can't recall, ma'am, when I made the delivery. But I was raised, and I'm sure a lot of us were, ma'am, to recognize that there for the grace of God go any of us. I was raised to understand that there's a certain privilege which you have, and the price of that privilege requires that you share. However, this is the problem. When persons who are required to give believe that they're only the ones who are being asked or being tasked to give, there is what I believe to be a growing resentment, ma'am. And that resentment, ma'am, when coupled with what I stated was the inaccuracies, but the sentiment that there's questions surrounding government paper may result in this uptake being somewhat difficult. So it requires, ma'am, an all-hand-on-deck approach, to all hands on deck, ma'am, to see how we get the message out there to say, let us take up these bonds to support the government. An idea perhaps could be, I recall when I started practice, ma'am, that when you made certain investments, you were given tax credits. Now I recognize that there is no withholding tax on the instrument, but what more can be considered to make these bonds more attractive? If there is such a vehicle which considers, as there once was, for pensions, for credit unions, for retirement, which is pensions, for purchasing of new stock. These used to be vehicles by which you were allowed to get a tax gain or a tax write-off. Perhaps it could be the uptake is encouraged by those same persons who have to give already, ma'am. The persons who have to deal with the levy, the persons they've gotten their benefits, but there's a perception, ma'am. How do we make them comfortable? How do we make this bond, dare I say, sexy? For those with the disposable income to take it up. And that, I think, is going to be government's greatest battle in seeking to achieve the objective. I can't see how anyone can get up in a legislature and say that we do not support the government in its stated objective of raising revenue. However, the voices here are not simply to acclaim, rejoice, but to say in seeking to achieve this objective, perhaps these are certain tools that you can utilize. Another consideration, Madam President, we have to be mindful of the culture, and I heard the other senators refer to the Barbadian habit of keeping the money in the bank. The last estimate I heard, and I'm sure it was bandied about here already, was $13 billion kept within the banking system. How do we encourage, what incentives are offered to persons to get out of this concept of just leaving the money in the bank, but alternatively putting the money in a vehicle which allows for there to be some growth? But at the same time, we need to recognize the reality of the vehicle and to consider the fact, Madam President, that the persons who do the lending have a certain view with regard to the government security. So if you're saying that I buy a bond which has a value of $100,000, assuming I have Senator Maynard's access to stuff, ma'am, and I buy this $100,000 bond, and I turn up to the financial institution and say, I would like security based on this bond, what is the financial institution going to give me for that $100,000 bond, because they have been impacted by previous government activities? So cause and effect, ma'am. So all this to say that it is a question of culture that we have to deal with. It is a question of marketing as we get the matter brought out there to the public, and it's a question of incentives. In other words, what is the incentives for persons to take up this opportunity? And the interest, 4.5, is not bad, ma'am. However, some will say that that barely deals with inflation, but it's better than the other choices. And it is a relatively safe, as a lawyer you'll say read the prospectus because there's no guarantee of past returns being future, et cetera, but it is an indication of what you could gain. But through all that, the persons you're asking to essentially give a vote of confidence with regard to the government's economic plan need to be incentivized. And I am hopeful that the government succeeds in this quest. And I believe that there are a variety of parameters which need to be considered as they go forth. There are lessons in the past which can be learned. Perhaps, as I indicated before, ma'am, start with a smaller sum. But I am hoping that the position with regard to the public servant's offer is not repeated in this case, and we support the initiative put forward by the government. In that regard, Madam President, I am looking forward to hearing statements from the powers that be with regard to what is being encouraged by even those who sit in these halls with regard to their investment. Public discourse, there's a lot of rubbing shoulders going on. This is a hard message to get out there, but it's one that needs to be done. Education within the school system with regard to investment. Investment is not on the school curriculum. It's about the mindset, ma'am, of the Barbadian public to understand that investments now are something that they can achieve. Madam President, I harass my juniors in the office about investments too often. I really do. And they look at me cross-eyed and I bring them in and I say, all right, let's see how we're looking. And they say, I'm telling tales out of school, but I will say it. They'll say, but invest with what money? And I've made this point already. I am never going to stand up here, ma'am, and say, pull yourself up by your bootstraps. I am saying that it is literally not a question of what you earn, but a question of what you spend. And this discourse I'm about to enter into does not, I just want to be very clear, does not reflect those who genuinely find themselves with having no extra revenue. I am talking about persons who work in the settings where they have to deal with the taxes, they have to deal with the NIS, they have to deal with the levy, and they look at me and I meet with them, ma'am, and I tell them, put together a budget. And the first thing I tell them with the budget is I say, pay yourself first. As simple as that. Pay yourself first, a little 10%. And they look at me cross-eyed and they say, well, how I will do that? I say, because if you don't have the money, you're not going to lick it out. And I tell them, if you start this process at 25, by the time you're 45 or 40 or 50, like Senator Nichols, ma'am, you then have a good sum. And this is what is the mindset and what we need to encourage persons with regard to investment. Unfortunately, despite the statement of Senator Malu, there are those of us who have to rely on loans, so we celebrate when they're paid off, but opportunity for investment for a great segment relies on financing for somebody else. The government itself finds itself in that precarious position. So who better to turn to than the Barbadian public? But when you're going to the Barbadian public, be frank. You have a great messaging tool at your disposal, use it. Admit that persons will be somewhat scared and uncomfortable. That's the only way. Face the fear, go through it. Let's hold hands and walk together and do what is necessary. But the mindset and the culture needs to be considered in whatever is done. It is hard. There are no guarantees in this life. But certainly, the government should be given support in this initiative, but while being given support, must be mindful of persons who are concerned and criticisms that will be made on the basis of past practice. But when that is all said and done, let's see how we can support this objective and is taken up for the project cited for the betterment of Barbados. I thank you, Madam President.
Thank you very much, Senator Nichols. Senator Cummins, please. Beg your pardon, Senator Boyd.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy President, today acting in a role as President of the Honorable Senate. I want to also express my appreciation to all of the honorable senators who have spoken and made a contribution on this bill. And I want to say that on behalf of the government of Barbados, we have heard all of the contributions that you have made. We have heard the recommendations that you have placed on the table. Many of them, if I were to start, first of all, with Senator Boyce's contributions, are very much a part of the conversation at the level of government. How do we, and I did it in my initial introduction of the bill, talk about how do we encourage that culture of investment? How do we help people to understand the balance between putting money in a commercial bank or in a credit union and investing in an instrument? How do we help even our business, in the business community? How do we find blended financing mechanisms that allow for a blend of debt and equity investment? How do we treat to the conversations even around things like entrepreneurship, around venture capitalists and angel capital investment? In Barbados, Madam Deputy President, we know that the deal flow for entrepreneurship deals is lower than it is in most other countries in the region. And that lends itself, Madam Deputy President, to the conversation that was just raised and the point that was just raised by Senator Boyce about the notion of how risk-averse culturally we are. Senator Nichols also spoke about that. And it's our reality, Madam Deputy President. There are instruments that have been put on the market by commercial entities right here in Barbados that sometimes treat to that blended finance mechanism that have been extraordinarily successful in other countries throughout the region, but have not taken off here in Barbados because of our conservatism, as was described by Senator Nichols, or our risk aversion, as was described by Senator Boyce, and as it is a part of our culture. But Madam Deputy President, I know that. Having said that, the reality is, how do we overcome it? Because overcome it we must. And the reality of it is that each time I hear conversations around us selling off Barbadian assets and giving away everything to those that come from elsewhere in the region, Madam Deputy President, as much as I hear that on the one hand, I also hear others responding with saying, but why are we not taking up these investment opportunities? Why are we allowing the soothsayers and the naysayers, who themselves want to benefit from the same instruments, why are we allowing them to tell us, don't invest in these things? Senator Nichols raised the example of the Barbados National Bank. He used the example of ICBL. How many people were dissuaded from investing in those instruments and then lamented after the fact, but we let everybody else buy up these things that belong to Barbados? The only way that we will achieve the level of commercial success as a result of utilization of investment vehicles is if we balance that notion of conservatism and culture with a conversation genuinely that is driven by education. And that brings me to the point that was raised earlier by, I believe, all of the colleagues, including Senator Roberts-Odell and Senator King, when he spoke about risk and fear, and also Senator Hines. Madam Deputy President, I left my house this morning and I walked outside and there was a risk of a car knocking me right down. I can't stay inside my house, right? I still gotta come to Senate. I left my office last night and I went home and I went to a function. There was a risk associated with that. Every single thing, not even things as fancy and as legal as marriage, Madam Deputy President. I could be standing here and something could fall on my head and that's the end of that. Madam Deputy President, there is no risk that can be avoided, and that notion, again, of culture and risk aversion is a dangerous conversation for us to be perpetuating, because there is a risk in every single thing we do, even to stand up and speak. And we have to be able to use our respective platforms to encourage people to measure what risk is. That is why there are programs, including at the University of the West Indies, on financial management, risk management, and all of those things embedded in our financial services and our management programs, because there is an entire discipline on how to treat to risk, Madam Deputy President. Your return based on your yields and your risk is oftentimes driven by how risky the investment is. The time within which you get a return is also driven by the risk associated with a given instrument. That is the nature of life. It is the nature of financial services. But I want to make an appeal, Madam President, and this is beyond the question of financial services. It is beyond the question of managing risk. It is beyond the question of this particular instrument. Madam Deputy President, we live in a Barbados where fear has become currency. Fear is now being peddled by everybody under the guise of being interested in our national development. We are afraid of everything. Madam President, I have the honor of presiding over a sector where, if we had listened to the purveyors of fear, the country would have shut down. Shut the borders, don't let anybody in. Don't let the planes fly, don't bring them in here, don't do this. Madam Deputy President, but people had to live and people had to eat. And if we listen to the purveyors of fear, even now, if I were to step on a plane, and many of those who have traveled and continue to travel all through now, Madam Deputy President, including you, when you land in some of the cities around the world and some of the cities right around this region, life has continued apace as normal. People have learned to live and balance life with COVID. People have figured out how to mitigate their own risk in their own personal lives, Madam Deputy President. And we as a government and as a country cannot afford to shut down an entire country because we are peddling fear of things that other countries have successfully navigated and mitigated, Madam Deputy President. In everything, there is an element of risk. And we have to be able to get Barbadians living and working and earning again. And I want to appeal to people. The rest of the world has moved and is moving on. Barbados cannot afford to be left behind because of those who continue to peddle fear every single day to navigate challenges that other countries, every country in this instance. This is not even one of those instances, Madam Deputy President, where a handful of countries are dealing with challenges related to a COVID-19 pandemic. Everybody dealt with it, Madam Deputy President. Everybody has dealt with it. Everybody is dealing with the surges, the ebbs and the flows, and those kinds of things. And we are all, of course, traumatized. Each time we lose a loved one, all of us have lost loved ones, and those are the things that we have to be responsible for. But there has to be an element of personal responsibility that attaches itself to all of us. If I live with my grandmother, and she is in her 80s and she has comorbidities, don't go around her and do the kinds of things that you know you may be outside doing because you are exposing her to a level of risk. Risk that you have taken but you are transferring to her. Make good choices in your own life, mitigate your risk, but also protect those around you. Madam Deputy President, we just had crop over though. Many of us were outside for all the activities for crop over, including me. And for 3-4 straight days after crop over, before I went back into my office, I mitigated risk by testing every day to make sure that on day 1, after crop over, I managed my risk. On day 2, I managed my risk. On day 3, I managed my risk, and so too on day 4, so that I protected those around us. Madam Deputy President, that is basic stuff. And it applies as much relevant to how we function in our day-to-day lives and coming out of the COVID-19 pandemic as it does to dealing with investment risk, Madam Deputy President, where in all instances, risk has to be mitigated. And I want to make this point, Madam Deputy President, we learned it during COVID. Everybody became a social media expert on COVID because they had read a couple of internet articles or they had gone on Google. Or I hear the latest influencer with the loudest voice on the radio or on social media, and this is what they said. And that became fact. Risk and peddlers of fear are also using lack of knowledge to peddle that fear. And we have to be careful that when we use our platforms responsibly to share information that has been well-researched, well developed, and is reflective of the facts as they are, Madam Deputy President. No, because people are listening to us, people are hearing us, and people are buying into those fears that we are peddling, sometimes on the basis of misrepresentations and in some instances, downright inaccuracies. Now, Senator Nichols made a point earlier, and I want to come back here just very quickly to address it. Madam Deputy President, this bill, as outlined, is very clear on how the protection mechanisms are to be embedded to ensure that they are exempted from restructuring. Senator Boyce, in his contribution, also spoke about how these bills are also being conflated with other bills that were caught up in the restructuring. Madam Deputy President, there is a big difference between a bill that includes an exemption from a restructuring and a bill that does not. And it is very clear that the differences between 2018 and what is now being put on the table in this legislation is based on what is actually enshrined in the legislation as drafted before us, as distinct from what was not there before. So to say that what happened in 2018 can happen again, you would have to go back, Madam Deputy President, to what was captured in the legislation and what protections were covered in the legislation. And if there were not, there's no equivalence between what happened in 2018 to bills that did not have that protection and those that do in 2022. And I just want to make sure that that is clear because, again, these things require us to think them through carefully and to speak accurately and thoroughly on them. I want to close by making two remaining points. Madam Deputy President, Barbados, over the period of 10 years prior to 2018, experienced multiple downgrades, which spoke to the question of our credit worthiness and investor confidence in Barbados. COVID or COVID not. ELSA or ELSA not. Ashfall or Ashfall not. And all the things that have happened in between there, Barbados has not received a downgrade of our investor or credit worthiness. Barbados has not had any downgrade in our confidence level in investment. So I want to make that clear, lest that go out there as part of, again, the conversation. We have not had that. In fact, I am certain that just a few days ago, we heard a conversation about a series of projects that are coming to Barbados as capital works projects under the public investment unit that range from hotel investments. We are preparing to break ground, I believe, in another couple of weeks on Hotel Indigo on the South Coast. We are seeing new developments that are taking place elsewhere in the country. I sit in a ministry where every day there are people knocking on the door, wanting to invest in Barbados. So the Barbados in which I live, and the country that is being rated internationally, has no diminution in investor confidence anywhere on the horizon, Madam Deputy President. There are some challenges in terms of the normal doing business challenges, getting things through the system in a seamless way. And I know that Senator Mallalieu is not a stranger to the things of which I speak. But every single day, Barbados is finding itself in a position where investors want to do business with us. In fact, this very weekend, many of us will be seeing persons come from all across the African continent and all across the Caribbean to have a conference here in Barbados under none other than the auspices of the International Trade Center. You have the African Export Bank, you have Invest Barbados, and you have Export Barbados. And we are talking business starting the end of this week with the Africa and the Caribbean region, because Barbados is an attractive place to do business and because there is confidence in Barbados. Now, on the question of confidence, I want to also be clear. Because there is individual concern at the level of me and you, and we see that and we hear that, let us be very, very clear. And I said it in my opening comments, and I want to make sure we hear it again. Madam Deputy President, our institutional investors do not share that concern. Madam Deputy President, under the BOSS bond originally, as at 2020 and into 2021, we saw government employees holding 25% of those bonds. Credit unions held 22%, Madam Deputy President. Pension schemes and individual pensioners held another 22%. You had insurance companies, trust companies, mutual funds, and estates also owning around 10% combined of those bonds, Madam Deputy President. There is no lack of confidence in these bonds, Madam Deputy President. We may think so from our lenses and from where we sit, but the evidence is very clear that this instrument enjoys the confidence of our institutional investors, many individuals, and it enjoys the confidence of international and regional partners. And I want to commend the bill on that basis to ordinary Barbadians like those of us sitting in this chamber for the reasons that Senator Boyce and Senator Nichols clearly articulated. These are mechanisms which are meant and designed to support our own national development. When I was in the University of the West Indies, Madam Deputy President, I remember there was a conversation at the time around whether or not we should, as an institution, start to share invoices with persons around what the actual cost of education was. And I feel as though in a country like Barbados, where, unlike some other countries in the region, where some of the social protection mechanisms and some of the investments that we make in our people are provided by the state, instruments of the state, that we don't know sometimes how much it actually costs to do some of the things that we want to have done. And so when we talk about Section 4.1 in this draft bill, Madam Deputy President, what does it cost Barbados to provide some of the social protections that we are affording? What does it cost the Ministry of People Empowerment and Elder Affairs to launch a 1,000 family initiative that protects the most vulnerable among us? What does it cost us to ensure that the Household Mitigation Unit is able to protect that category of persons who may not have the level of disposable income to invest, but they're fighting to keep their heads above water? But a government has to protect those that are the most vulnerable among us. And so how much does it cost the state to provide health care at our tertiary level institution to ensure that optional surgeries or essential surgeries are able to be provided to ordinary Barbadians who do not have the benefit of insurance? How much does it cost us? And then we will have a genuine conversation around what Section 4.1 means when we say to invest in order to facilitate the funding of environmental, social, and economic development in Barbados. These are tangible things that we take for granted sometimes on a daily basis because we don't pay at the point of the service delivery. But they are a cost to the government, and they are a responsibility of the government to ensure that those among us who cannot afford to do for themselves are provided for. And I take the point made also by Senator Boyce that there is a category of persons who perhaps may feel as though the burden is more placed on them than it is on others. And I get that, I understand that, of course, but at the same time, if you have more, then it is our responsibility to make sure that we look after those who cannot do it for themselves, and that is absolutely the responsibility of a government. Somewhere, I believe it was written on the prison in Pretoria where Nelson Mandela was kept, initially before he was transferred to Robben Island. It talks about that, it makes that statement about a country is known for how it protects and looks after those who are the most vulnerable among us. And if it is one thing that this Barbados, across all generations, has been proud of, is the fact that we have a social safety net that is more vast than most countries can imagine, because we protect those among us. And that is why a mechanism like this, drawn from domestic financing, allowing Barbadians then to invest and get a return in supporting their own development, is very much a part of a Barbados Labour Party administration development tool. And I am obliged to you, Madam President, and I beg to move that this bill now be read a second time.
Thank you, Senator Cummins. Question is that this bill be now read a second time. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. And those against, please say nay. The ayes have it.
Madam Deputy President, I beg to move that the Senate now dissolve itself into committee for further deliberation of this bill.
The question is that the Honourable Chamber do resolve itself into committee for further consideration of this bill. Those in favour, please say aye. Aye. And those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
The Senate is now in committee.
Mr. Acting Deputy President, permission to call the clauses in sets.
Go ahead. Where is that? Go ahead, you're going to call it in sets?
Thank you, sir. Clauses 1 to 6.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that clauses 1 to 6 do stand par.
Question is that clauses 1 to 6 do stand par. All honourable members in favour say aye. All against say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Clauses 7 to 11.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that clauses 7 to 11 stand par.
Question is that clauses 7 to 11 stand par. Honourable senators, those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Schedule.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that the schedule be the schedule as to the bill.
Question is that the schedule be the schedule as to the bill. Honourable senators, those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that Your Honor do not report to the Deputy President the passing of one bill in committee.
The question is that the Honourable Senate report to the President of the passing of one bill in committee. Honourable Senators, those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
The chairman has reported the passing of one bill in committee.
Madam Deputy President, I beg to move that this bill do now pass and be cited as the Barbados Optional Savings Bonds Plus a third time. Madam Deputy President, I beg to move that this bill be read a third time.
The question is that this bill be now read a third time.
Question is? She did. Aye. Yeah, aye.
All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. And those against, please say no.
Madam Deputy President, I beg to move that this bill do now pass and be cited as the Barbados Optional Savings Bonds Plus offered to the Public Act of 2022.
The question is that this bill do now pass and be cited as the Barbados Optional Savings Plan Plus. Barbados Optional Savings Bonds Plus, offered to the Public Act 2022. All honourable members in favour, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no. The ayes have it.
Madam Deputy President, I beg to move the suspension of this sitting of the Senate for 1 hour to reconvene at 3 p.m. 1 hour and 5 minutes, 3 p.m.
The House is now suspended until 3 p.m. Is a question? The question is that this House be now suspended until 3 p.m. this afternoon. All those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it.
In the 2017 bill, the penalties for predial larceny, and I use the word because in its anecdotal form, that is what we call it, that's what Barbadians call it. If you were convicted of stealing or falsifying records or both, you were found guilty, you had a penalty of $10,000 or 5 years imprisonment. In the 2022 bill, as an indication of the seriousness with which the government of Barbados under this Barbados Labour Party administration treats to agriculture in the same way it treats to the man in the suit in the high-rise building in his corner office, if you are convicted of stealing, you are then liable to a fine of $100,000 or 5 years or both. Because if you cannot go into somebody's establishment and take up what is not yours, you should not be able to go into somebody's farm, which is their place of business, and take up that which is not yours. Now, I have heard some conversations in a public space that sometimes I think to myself, boy, Senator Boyce talked about culture and education. And we know that Barbados is sometimes a Kadair society. You could do the worst thing. But when punishment comes, we as a culture, as a people, still feel bad. We don't want to see people hurt, or we don't want to see people punished. That is the nature of Barbadian society a lot of times. So I have seen a conversation evolving in social media, which I find troubling, Madam Deputy President. So a farmer who's a small man like you, in some instances, I'm not talking always about big operators, but big operators are investing big money too. But he's a small farmer just like you. But you go on the man's lot and you take what is not yours, and somebody out there is saying, but how you expect the man to live? If you were to do that in Broad Street, would somebody say, but how you expect the man to live if you go on Broad Street and take up something that's not yours? We have to be able to recognize right for right and wrong for wrong. And when something is wrong, we call it wrong. If there is a societal issue and people are challenged and people are trying to make ends meet and to live, Barbados is still that place where you can go and ask somebody for a breadfruit. Barbados is still that place where you can go and say to the plantation owner, sir, I'm struggling this month, I need some extra help. I want to know if you would agree to give me a couple of sweet potatoes or a couple yams to be able to feed my children. Barbados is still that place where you can get help when you ask for it. But it is not the place where you can go and take up that which does not belong to you, because that person that you are stealing from also has a responsibility to their own livelihood and to their families. And so it is important that we are our brother's keeper, that we as a government ensure that there are the opportunities that are made available for people to earn a living and to gain employment. But at the same time, when we do the wrong thing, we have to accept that it is the wrong thing. Now, I am sure that in the other place there has been, and in this place, in the last Parliament, there was a joint select committee which looked at vending. And we had an extensive discussion as a nation And I say as a nation, not even just as a parliament, because there was a select committee established for the purpose of having discussions and bringing in all the stakeholders to share what their views are. And we came in and we talked about the conditions under which vending needed to be decriminalized, the conditions under which we needed to create safe spaces for vending to take place, the registration, the licensing processes. All of those things were articulated as part of a national conversation on what vending would look like. And in the same fashion, Madam Deputy President, we are now here saying that having decriminalized vending, that equally so, we want to ensure that there is an end-to-end process that captures from farmers all the way through to vendors a legitimate process that says these are legitimate people doing legitimate business and who do not deserve to be criminalized, neither do they deserve to have their produce and the fruits of their labor stolen and taken by persons who have not contributed, who want to reap, in the proverbial terms, Madam Deputy President, reap where they have not sown. So there are a number of mechanisms that are included now in this legislation that we anticipate could be taken or need to be taken to reduce the level of incidents of predial larceny. One, prevention, and this includes the mechanisms for the utilization of drone technology. Now, the Ministry of Agriculture has already shared what their challenges are, including with the limited capacity of the Barbados Police Service to be able to be everywhere at all times, but that is also the responsibility in the same way that you have the same commercial establishment down the road that is responsible for providing their own security, farmers to have a responsibility for providing security for their private lands, privately owned lands. But there's one element within there that I want to take just one moment to speak about, which is drones. When we as an administration brought under the ministry that I'm responsible for, unmanned aerial vehicles legislation, specifically for commercial use in the last parliament, one of the elements that was included in there was the possibility of utilization of drones for commercial agriculture and ensuring that drones can be used to survey lands used for agriculture to ensure that you were able to protect crops. Same thing applies for drones for detection of intrusions, and that also covers surveillance systems also using unmanned aerial vehicles. Tracking systems are also envisaged, Madam Deputy President, including things like I mentioned drones before, but it also includes tags and then some kind of physical tracking. And then finally, where the government comes in with this piece of legislation is the question of enforcement. Now, I want to call on the communities across Barbados to collaborate closely with the governments, with the farmers in your district where applicable, and with your relevant agencies. This only works, Madam Deputy President, if we work together. The notion of enforcement only works if when something is wrong, we say something is wrong. The notion of people not cooperating with the police or not cooperating with the authorities but expecting results is something that is counterintuitive almost, Madam Deputy President. So this is a piece of legislation that we expect will contribute positively to the development of the agricultural industry in the country. The Ministry of Agriculture has been speaking at great length regularly about the efforts that are underway with them. Presently, we are preparing as a government, certainly even under my ministry, to collaborate. We just launched last week Friday, the Barbados Food and Rum Festival. This year, in the Food and Rum Festival, we will be integrating farmers markets and integrating local produce, including fishermen and farmers. We have events which are going to take place in Oistins because the integration of our farming community is critical to the creation of linkages between all of our productive sectors. Come next month, Madam Deputy President, we will be hosting here in Barbados a group of our cruise line partners where we will be negotiating provisioning for cruise ships. We have already looked at, to go back to the import bill and what we're importing. We have already done an analysis of all of the items that are imported into the country for the purpose of provisioning cruise lines. And we have begun, therefore, to work with both our agricultural sector and our other productive sectors, including manufacturing, agro-processing, and so on, to identify what the products are that Barbados can meaningfully supply cruise ships with on an annual basis to feed a minimum of 700,000 people over the course of the winter cruise season from 2022 to 2023. So we are a government, and I'm only speaking about some of the things that are happening in my own space, in a ministry that I'm responsible for. But we as a government, and led by the Minister of Agriculture, who is doing an exceptional job, moving from country to country, community to community, farmer to farmer, and legislative reform to legislative reform to ensure that Barbados is positioned to feed itself, to reach the objectives of food security, to minimize the food import bill, and to ensure that people are able to view agriculture as a meaningful source of earning a living and as a development path for Barbados as a country. And with these few words, Madam Deputy President, I commend this bill to this honourable chamber, and I beg to move that it be read a second time.
Senator Dr. Brathwaite.
Thank you, Madam Deputy President. Good afternoon to all fellow senators. Madam Deputy President, I rise in support of the Protection of Agricultural Products Bill 2022, which has been brought to the attention of this honorable chamber. I support the bill because in our vision for the future of agriculture in Barbados, which was developed in 2012 and which is still relevant today, we have stated quite clearly that deficient legislation in areas such as food imports, pre-deal larceny, and land use policy are critically important to improving the agricultural sector. Madam President, I have stated in this chamber before, and I wish to state it again, that the efforts that are being made by the Mia Mottley administration are critical building blocks for a nation that has the potential to be food secure. And in fact, I have stated before that the efforts that are being made from a political point of view are some of the most significant that have been made in the last 80 years in this country, since the days when John Saint legislated in the House that 12% of all land should be assigned to food crops in 1945. And therefore, today, I rise to support this bill because it represents, in my view, one of the building blocks that is fundamental to the success which we are hoping to achieve. We're hoping to achieve, Madam President, a reduction in the food import bill. We're hoping to achieve the production of fresh, nutritious food for the population that can help to reduce the incidence of chronic non-communicable diseases. We're hoping to achieve the development of agribusiness enterprises that can, in fact, promote employment opportunities and help to diversify the Barbadian economy. We're hoping to produce foods based on agro-processing that can reduce the significant amount of processed foods that we import. We're hoping to generate the production of food in the local economy closer to the marketplace, rather than importing food from abroad for our people and for tourists. In fact, I just heard from Senator Lisa Cummins the efforts that are being made to link the agricultural sector and the tourism sector. And I would like to congratulate her and her ministry for these initiatives that are being taken, which are critical to our future. We cannot continue to import the food for the tourists, bring the tourists to our shores, and then import the food from the same place that the tourists came from to feed them in Barbados. That is not good economic strategy. I also think it's critically important that we see the agricultural sector as an important part of the preservation of our landscapes and our ecology. Critically important to reducing the amount of land that is idle and is covered by river tambourine and other undesirable crops, and seeking to maintain the beauty of this country. Reducing the incidence of the possibility of diseases from rats and vermin occupying unused lands, which should be an agricultural production and producing food for our country. And therefore, Madam President, I support the bill because I am fully aware of the risks that farmers face in their efforts not only to make a living, but to assist in feeding this nation. In our analysis of risks, and this morning we had a very interesting presentation on financial risks right here in the Senate when we spoke of the bonds that are being proposed by government. But this evening I wish to talk about some other risks the farmer faces. I wish to speak about environmental risks. The farmer faces the risks of climate change, the risks of extreme weather events, the risks of hurricanes, the risks of floods, the risks of drought, and the risks of global warming. In the area of biological risks, the farmer faces the risks of pests and diseases, the risks of monkeys and other organisms and animals that may destroy his crop. In the area of financial risks, the farmer faces the cost of production due to the price of inputs and the challenges he may face when he borrows money for his farm and then is unable to reap a product to pay those loans. Institutional risk, the risks associated with government policy, the risks associated with changing market forces and the cost of borrowing, inputs, the level of price support, and competition from imported products that may undermine his production. These are all risks that the farmer faces. Madam Deputy President, while all of these risks have the potential to limit national agricultural production and farmers' income, in my view, there are personal and human risks that can be devastating. Among these, the most severe is the problem of predial larceny, or better put, the theft of agricultural products of the farm by other human beings. Madam President, there can be no greater injustice, pain, and suffering than when a farmer faces all the risks that I have described above, produces a crop or a livestock, and on the eve of harvest is deprived of his just reward by thieves who harvest it before the farmer can. Madam President, there can be no greater injustice. And while the bill seeks to address these problems of predial larceny, I am of the view that even as we increase the fees and the fines for such offenses, this bill will not solve the problem. The bill must not only be passed in this chamber, but it must be implemented. And this bill should not suffer from implementation deficit. Madam President, the stealing of agricultural produce is not an agricultural problem. The stealing of agricultural produce is theft. It's a criminal offense that must be given high priority by the law enforcement institutions of this land, and thieves must be punished. Pre-deal larceny is now being seen as organized crime, where criminals are armed with dangerous, sophisticated weapons and ammunition, and way above the reach of the average farmer. And so I hope that in the implementation of the provisions of this bill, that 4 things will happen. First of all, I hope that the security forces, the law courts, the Barbados Police Service, the Defense Force will give priority attention to the protection of farmers and farmers' produce by the enforcement of this legislation. I hope that the Barbados justice system will examine the possibility of a victim support mechanism and restitution where farmers are adequately compensated for their losses. I hope that this bill will be brought to the attention of the public to ensure that there is more public awareness of the problem and that we seek public support for the measures proposed. Public support not only for the measures proposed, but public support for public safety. Let me give you an example of what I mean when I speak of public safety. It is possible that thieves may steal a crop that has been sprayed with a toxic chemical before the expiration date of the chemical in the crop. When that crop gets to the marketplace to be purchased by consumers, and consumers are not aware that it's stolen produce, it may in fact be contaminated with high levels of pesticide, and this could be a threat to public health. And therefore, it is important that we see this not only as an agricultural problem, it's a societal problem. It's a health problem. There are health risks involved because chemicals which are sprayed on crops have a shelf life. And normally you spray and then there's a period of time that must expire before the crop is harvested. If the thieves harvest the crop before the expiry of the shelf life and the life of that chemical, it could be toxic to consumers. I also hope that the Ministry of Agriculture, Food and Nutrition Security will investigate the possibility of providing a crop and livestock insurance program to protect farmers against pre-deal larceny and other risks, especially the risks associated with climate change. We have a hurricane, a farmer's crops are destroyed by the hurricane. He has to start all over again, and he has no way of starting because there's no insurance and there's no facility to get him up and going. This is important in the context of countries that depend substantially on local farmers to feed the country. We've had an unfortunate situation where a significant amount of our food comes from abroad. And sometimes the consumer is not aware of the significance of the farmer in the context of food security, because our agriculture, unfortunately, was designed to produce crops for the metropole and for abroad, instead of feeding our population. It is fundamentally important, therefore, in the context of looking at the disastrous effects of climate change, hurricanes and floods, that we recognize the importance of local farmers to the sustainability of our food supplies and put in place insurance and other mitigating efforts to ensure the farmer can start again after devastating environmental occurrence. Madam Deputy President, I hope that in addition to the measures proposed, that we will take appropriate action to establish a technology-based pre-deal larceny coordinating unit in the relevant ministry, either in the Ministry of Agriculture or in the appropriate human resource section of the police service. A unit that would be staffed by high-rank officers of the police service or seconded from the police service to the Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security, that see the stealing of agricultural produce as a problem of theft and crime, and not an agricultural problem, but a problem of theft, and that can give appropriate priority to the establishment of a database of farmers, maintain a database of incidents, liaise with farmers to secure their premises, police the markets to ensure that stolen produce are identified by traceability systems, attend and document case hearings in the courts, and respond to farmers' suggestions and questions. That we can establish traceability systems. There's no technology available for establishing traceability systems that can track the movement of domestic produce, especially animals, where we can use tamper-proof systems to insert into the skins of animals where they can be traced. That we establish an incentive program for security systems, such as invisible and tamper-proof electronic laser fencing. Investigate methods to track the security and integrity of livestock. For example, subcutaneous electronic chips that can be placed under the skin of animals. Investigate the feasibility of farm area patrols in high-density areas, such as the Spring Hall Land Lease Project and the Gibbons Bogs area, where there is considerable concentration of farmers. That we will implement frequent programs to sensitize the police and the judiciary about pre-deal larceny and to devise responses and solutions to sensitize farmers about the protection and security. That we will evaluate the use of electronic surveillance systems and drone technology to assist in the protection of farms and farmers' produce. Madam President, the farmer is an important contributor to food security of this nation. His or her efforts contribute to the generation of employment, to saving foreign exchange, to producing fresh fruits and vegetables that help to reduce the incidence of chronic non-communicable diseases and help to reduce the cost of health care. I hope, therefore, that the Barbadian society will see pre-deal larceny as a serious criminal offense and will support these initiatives to protect the farmer and the agricultural sector in Barbados. Madam President, the problem will only be resolved when this society gives priority, appropriate priority, and appropriate recognition to farmers and appreciate the important role that they play in economic development, the role they play to help diversify this economy, the role they play in saving foreign exchange, the role they play in contributing to making Barbados a better place. In so doing, I hope that this legislation will find support in the society at large. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you very much, Senator Dr. Brathwaite. Senator Dr. Herwood. Senator Herwood, please.
Thank you, Madam Deputy President. I don't necessarily see this as a contentious bill to discuss, so I don't intend to belabor my particular points, but I just want to join with members before me in terms of the presentation on this bill. And it begins with a Chinese proverb, which goes, people cultivate trees when there is no disaster, and people live on trees when there is a disaster. And today, this particular debate speaks to a disaster of incalculable proportions, and it's called pre-deal larceny. In terms of any agricultural structure, there are three particular pillars, and Dr. Brathwaite would have, Senator Brathwaite, sorry, would have touched on it, Madam Deputy President, in different ways. There's accessibility, there is availability, and there is a utilization of agricultural produce. In terms of the availability, we are speaking roughly about the production capacity to have agricultural produce on the market. In terms of accessibility, we're speaking more so to the prices that are placed on the agricultural produce and also the location that they're distributed. And in terms of utilization, we're getting a bit granular and speaking about the nutritional contents and value of the agricultural produce without placing one in relative importance, in a place of relative importance relative to each other, sorry. I would say that in order for us to utilize agricultural produce, it must be accessible. And in order for us to access agricultural produce, it must be first available. And this is where I bring my particular discussion in terms of the bill and what the bill offers to Barbadian farmers and the farming society as a whole. It really focuses not only on the government, even though it is a bill being vesseled through this particular arm of the Parliament. It speaks to a collaboration between the government, between the farming community, and also between the private sector without making mention of the private sector entities or the names. In terms of the impacts of pre-deal larceny, has been highlighted time and time again. One, there's the obstruction of the very business model within the agricultural sector in terms of the cost that goes into producing different produce, and then it is heavily outweighed by the lack of revenue, relative to the cost when pre-deal larceny occurs. There's also the non-financial aspect of pre-deal larceny, which is the diminishing morality, or the reduction in morale, of the primary participants in the agricultural sector. After you spend maybe 6-7 months growing any particular crop, and then in one fell swoop, a gentleman or lady decides that he or she will come into your field and reap everything, or most of what you've planted. It makes the sector appear, by extension, very unattractive to those who had prospects of entering and those who are already within the sector as well. And those are the impacts of pre-deal larceny. And by extension, it allows us not to be in a better position to reduce the $709 million food import bill. As at 2021, I suspect it might be a slightly different thing at the end of 2022. But it impacts our ability to service our needs internally. Now, I'm going to touch on the three particular areas I mentioned: the support from the government in terms of pre-deal larceny, the support from the farmers in terms of pre-deal larceny, and the support of the private enterprises as well. In terms of the government, the bill clearly establishes that the police force, relative to the previous act, is going to play a more direct role in terms of security and the security apparatus in the agricultural field. The previous bill spoke to the agricultural wardens, and that was an indirect system, in my opinion, through which designated officers would work within the infrastructure of the police force, and they would accompany the police in terms of their monitoring and detection of any trespasses relative to pre-deal larceny. This one clearly states that the police will have a more direct role via the utilization of technology, as the leader of the Senate has acknowledged, in terms of drones. And I know there are some concerns in terms of drones and the level, the capacity of the police, given the already stretched obligations to facilitate activities using drones. But I wish to also state that I do not necessarily see this as an overburdened process for the police force if we take specific considerations into the application of the drone technology. With drones, there's something called waypoint technology, which allows at the click of a button for the drone to actually go in any specific parameter, look any specific direction once it is predetermined, and the police do not even have to hold a remote control. They just do this particular survey of any area once you have the 4 points if you're doing a square lot, and you can do multiple lots. And with respect to the aerospace considerations, we have to also look at the standards of the drones that we have and ensure that there is what is called aerospace deconfliction, just a long word to mean that you ensure that a drone don't hit into another drone, a drone don't hit into a tree, a drone don't hit into anything that might be within the designated space in the area that you're surveying as well. And this adds to the reduction of the liability associated with using the drones as well. So I don't think there's going to be any significant issue in terms of the overuse of the police force once we can use those technologies and bring those standards into the sector. From the farmers' part, I was happy to hear Senator Bradford, mention an area that's relatively close to me, Gibbons. And only last week, I believe last week, Wednesday or Tuesday, I was at Allen Villa with a group of farmers discussing this and many other areas as well. In particular, they wanted to discuss access to water at more reasonable rates. They wanted to discuss more support for the sector. And one thing that came out of that discussion, and I spoke to them and let them know that I would be representing here today what I told them, is that the agricultural sector in Barbados is not as together as many persons would perceive it to be, many persons would present it to be. And at the core of this security framework we're building here has to be a greater level of collaboration, not only between the agricultural sector and the police, but amongst the agricultural community. I was pleased to hear, coming out of that meeting, considerations to establish a Barbados National Farming Association, which I will support any day of this year or any other year. And I say that not to scoff at already established institutions like the Barbados Agricultural Society, but there is a perception over the years, for lack of better understanding by some, that the Barbados Agricultural Society in the past might have been seen as an institution that went to the newspaper whenever someone imported coconut water from Guyana, that only went to the media when someone imported chicken wings, but never really focused on building the capacity of the farmers in Barbados. And many farmers on the side stood to the side and watched it. They watched it in dismay. Why am I subscribing to an entity that does not take my particular input concerns to heart, but rather only wants to posture, only wants to represent, and only wants to grab the eyes of the media when we're importing from other countries, and unfortunately other countries within this region that form a significant part of our regional food security push 25, reducing the imports by 25% by 2025. Such an unfortunate circumstance. At that meeting, I also told those farmers, all within the area of food security, that I do not believe, I never did and never will, in terms of utilizing grants in any business model for farming. Farming is a business. And when we oversubscribe to grants for purposes of purchasing inputs, for purposes of supplementing what they would consider to be their income, then you're running a very shallow model and not clearly representing the true cost of that operation. And those were the points that I made at that meeting. So I say that to say that the farming community also has a role to play with respect to the security of their own crops. I think the farming community should also come together, because I think that when anyone wants data, if we had a properly structured agricultural sector in terms of the level of collaboration that is needed, anytime that I wanted data like I wanted yesterday, and I called the Royal Barbados Police Service to be transferred a few times to the research department, and then the information that I was given was not substantial enough for me to even bring to this debate today. I believe that the farmers themselves should collectively come together and know very well what data they have to present in terms of predial larceny. And not only data for predial larceny, but data for the sake of having power on the market to make decisions. They recognize that right now in this country, and I recognize it as well, there are perhaps two major players in terms of the importation of agrochemicals in this country. Two major players. They're not the only two that do it, but two major players. And one of the suggestions made at the meeting in Allen Villa last week was that farmers come together and start importing their own chemicals. And I stood up, played devil's advocate, told them I welcome the approach because it should make your inputs cheaper, but you guys need to come together. You guys need to come together and recognize that there is power in numbers. It is not just a matter of importation. You need to get the standards in terms of the storage of those chemicals. You need to pass the board in terms of knowing exactly where they're going to be stored relative to each other, because there are some cross-contamination issues as well. So I told him it's not just a matter of building a shed and putting chemicals in there because you have numbers, but you need to have expertise within this association as well. Thirdly, I want to bring to bear to this august chamber one of the most important entities, which is the private sector. And some may say, based on earlier proceedings, that we would have had a difficult discussion on the private sector in terms of the banks, but they deserve everything that is coming to them now. I do not believe that the commercial banks in Barbados, based on the current posture, are in a place to properly appreciate the role that agriculture plays in this country. I believe what was told to me at the meeting in Allen Villa is that back in the 80s and the 70s, we had consultants at Barclays Bank, that if you were a farmer, you could go into Barclays Bank and ask for a loan, and that loan would be vetted by the consultant, an agricultural consultant, who had the understanding and appreciation for the sector, and also knew the potential and the risks associated to that venture. Today, I go on record as saying that, to my knowledge, I do not know of any staff that there is of any commercial bank in Barbados that is specifically catering to the agricultural sector. So if you want to go and take a loan for a car, you want to take a loan for a salon, you want to take a loan and probably take a trip across the Caribbean, chances are you will face the same loans agent if you were a farmer and going to take a loan for agriculture. And to me, that is a dreadful, dreadful situation to face. When I compare it to entities such as the HSBC, and I'm happy to inform that this time next week, I may be meeting the head of agriculture of HSBC UK to discuss how they approach the financial element to their farming community. But in HSBC, for example, you have agricultural managers within the bank. You have agricultural field services officers within the bank, not the farming community, agricultural customer relations officers. That is what we need to move forward in terms of the agricultural sector in Barbados, and it is not divorced from the substantial discussion on predial larceny, because a lot of the apparatus needed for predial larceny has to be financed. And I would not stand here ably by and say that I believe the government should finance all of them. I believe collectively, if we had an organization that represented the agricultural sector properly, that they could come together, they could mobilize resources and get some of these same drones with the same technologies to basically monitor their crops. I also believe that the farming associations should not be treated the same way as any other person that enters the commercial bank, as I said earlier. And in some cases, you will find that those in Barbados that get easy facilitation, receive easy facilitation in terms of agriculture, are those persons who are backed by large other ventures that they are either involved in or large quantities of assets, large volumes of assets, sorry. So the average farmer that's in the St. Gibbons area mentioned, they're having headaches with the banks in Barbados. And I call on the banks in Barbados to take the agricultural sector more seriously. As you mentioned, apart from the some other sectors that are related to agriculture, when you go into different ventures, you don't face the same risk in terms of climate change. You don't face the risk in terms of severe droughts if you're going into a car rental business. You don't face the risk of rising temperatures. Perhaps if you can use a bit more AC, that might be a unit cost. But the agricultural sector is a sector that must be looked at in its own microscope. It must not be considered and commingled with all of the other business ventures that come through the banking sector. And while I'm on the banking sector, I could not help but add a situation that really makes me think about the level and the direction that the commercial banking sector is going. How it is that in 2022, today I can get a reminder from Facebook telling me that 8 years ago, 10 years ago, 9 years ago, this is what it did on this day. And in some commercial entities in Barbados, you can only get your bank statement dating back 6 months. And if you want it more than 6 months, you have to go and pay some $20, $25 to get your own bank statement. How on earth can you tell me in 2022 that commercial banks cannot allow us the opportunity to peruse our transactions beyond 6 months? But yet entities that are not even commercial banks, such as the same social media, can tell me what I did 8 years ago. And I think I don't want, maybe Facebook should become a commercial bank, I really don't mind. But I really don't want to belabor this point. I want to focus on the point that I believe predial larceny within the construct of this bill clearly represents a need for more direct engagement from the police force into the agricultural sector. But outside of the scope of the bill, I believe it calls for closer collaboration with farmers and the police, with farmers and farmers, and with farmers and the private sector and the government together. So with those few words, Madam Deputy President, I take my leave in terms of sitting out, and I want to support this bill in its entirety. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Harewood. Senator Dr. Maynard, please.
Thank you, Madam Acting President. This bill, the Protection of Agricultural Products Act, 2022, is long overdue. And we've had a lot of talk and no action on many of the matters laid out within this bill. If this country is going to have food security, the people who grow the food have to have the protection of the law, so that when you invest in your sweat and labor and your money, you can have returns and they're not stolen from you at the last moment. Now, Madam President, but more importantly, I believe if you're going to have food security, the people have to eat what we grow. Because we can grow as much as we want and pile it up and send it to the dump if people don't eat it. So along with all of these actions that government is taking with regard to food security, like this bill and the efforts to improve water supplies for farmers, we need to move towards getting the young people, and probably the youngest of them, to start to eat what we grow. Now, someone mentioned Gibbons, and Gibbons is close to my heart. And this bill speaks to protecting agricultural products. But we cannot have agricultural products without the land being protected. And I'm not sure that enough has been done or is being done to protect the land. And what happened in Gibbons and continues to happen is very quiet, but it's a disaster. And I would like to remind all those who are listening that there needs to be vigilance to make sure it doesn't happen again, and that we continue to monitor the effects of it. Because essentially the ground has been contaminated, and the water supply. Dr. Bradford would probably back me up on that. Now, but the protection of agricultural products goes way beyond predial larceny. And beyond these shores, it relates to matters that deals with patents and genome registrations, which are critical. We've been speaking about our black-belly sheep and exporting black-belly sheep, and I asked, I asked someone recently, who really owns these black-belly sheep? Are they really Barbados black-belly sheep? Have you registered it? And can someone else somewhere suddenly declare that they own the patent to our black-belly sheep, as happened with the steel pan? And are we making enough steps in the right places to protect what we own? Now, excuse me. Over 2 years ago, when we had our lockdown, the price of pork fell dramatically. And in the lockdown, people didn't really care if the pork you ate was Bajan pork or if it came from elsewhere. And there appeared to have been the issuance of a license to bring in pork carcasses. And it's had a devastating effect, in my opinion, on the pig industry. And I judge it in a very simple term. If you drive from St. George up to St. John early in the mornings, you no longer smell pigs. And I wonder if they've migrated. They haven't. People are not keeping pigs anymore. And it is because they've suffered. The small farmer who had 5, 10 pigs had to eat them all because the pork that was imported was so cheap that he couldn't get his pork sold. But what has been eaten is the genetics. A Belgian pig is not an American pig. So by signing a piece of paper and giving out a license, someone or some persons have had a devastating impact on 80+ years of genetics in pigs in this country. And that's a long-term problem. I will continue. Now, we all stop by the highway and buy coconut water. And I don't know how many people have stopped to think, where do all these coconuts come from? And are they legally acquired? And if a policeman stopped and asked about the source of these coconuts, can the people who sell these coconuts produce documents? And will they have to? I happen to have a small spot of land in which I have some coconut trees growing. And I had about 50 trees that were specially selected from a gully. They partnered pretty close together. So I left all the coconuts on those trees, not because I wanted water from them, I wanted seed. And I came one day and found all the husks at the bottom of the trees. Someone had dutifully gone in, husked the coconuts because I had time, and shelled them. But that person didn't only take a drinking coconut. He took 300 to 500 plants that would have made a significant impact on planting. So when within this act we speak about value, how do we truly assess value? I have a colleague who has lots of quality black belly sheep. Do I assess, when someone takes 5 of his rams, are they valued based on the weight, how much money you get from them? Or is it the top quality genetics he has? Who assesses that value? Can I say, well, this sheep is worth $200 because it weighed 25 pounds? So there has to be a lot more discussion and debate and development in some of the rules which will govern some of the things laid out within this act. Now, on the interpretation, and I will rile up some people here, I've noticed that there's nothing about mushrooms. And the act seems to speak of plants and animals, but mushrooms are not plants. And I wish to remind persons that the mushroom industry in Barbados, where people actually grow mushrooms in commercial quantities, has started. Senator Boyce says it's mushrooming. Yes. But they too need protection. And if the act does not cover what could potentially be a fast-growing part of the industry, we need to fix it. I know there are some who will say, oh, but we accept mushrooms as plants. But the lawyers among us know that if you're charged with the wrong thing, there's no case. And a mushroom is not a plant. I just want to point that out. Bajans like breadfruits. Well, and the government has spent money in importing different species of breadfruit trees. There are some miniature ones along the highway and growing in other places. And there are persons who export breadfruits. But where do they come from? Whose breadfruits are they selling, are sold to them? Whose breadfruits are they picking? And who will truly assess these things when they need to be done? Who will stop the truck that is loaded with breadfruits and ask for the documents to show that these commercial quantities of breadfruits, which are going to be exported, have been obtained from a legal source? I mention breadfruits because there are large numbers of breadfruit trees in certain parts of the island, and you constantly see trucks going around with bags on them filled with breadfruits. And those, I believe, are often people's property. And I know of a case where the breadfruits were being taken, not being sold. But that person has to pay their land taxes, like everyone else, and all the other costs of maintaining their property. And I think that given the shortages within our police force, it seems a tall order to ask the police to do all of these tasks. And maybe Dr. Brafitt's suggestion that we need a separate unit is an excellent one. Now, but technology, we must not be afraid to use technology. And yes, drones are useful in agriculture for mapping and disease detection and defining intrusions. But I do not see any rebates anywhere within the agricultural tariff for cameras, for game cameras and trail cameras. I myself have had to invest in some cameras for my 50 trees, and you'll be surprised at what I've recorded and who has been doing what. I've just given notice. So I would like the Ministry of Agriculture to include in their list of things that you can get rebates on technology that will help with enforcement, like labeling, cameras, and when the drones are appropriately approved, even drones for agriculture. And we shouldn't wait till you have to go and purchase it and pay all the duties on an item and then have to canvass to get the legislation changed or the list of items on the rebate list changed. We should think ahead and have these things done in advance. When the volcano erupted, it brought all that beautiful ash to Barbados. And while it has been good for the plants in the long term, it caused significant damage to plants. And Senator Brathwaite's suggestion about insurance for farmers and their crops is an excellent one. Because if you're fish farming, all you need is the wrong bacteria in your water to lose all your fish. But can you really get insurance right now for your fish farm that covers your fish stock? I don't know. And I think these are things that we need to look at. When a hurricane comes and all your banana plants are blown down, who insures them? Who covers your losses? So if you're going to make agriculture viable, we have to put in place all the things that will be applicable to the industry. If an industrial company producing metal sheets for a roof gets damaged in a hurricane, the stock is insured. And therefore, there needs to be some consideration for providing some type of similar insurance to farmers, provided they are willing to pay for it. Now, Madam Acting President, we will not fix the problem of predial larceny with legislation. The problem of predial larceny is an old, long-standing, organized industry. It is well organized and breaking it is not going to be easy. In fact, it is so organized that sometimes the people who are supposed to prevent it are part of it, because it provides a livelihood. It cannot end with legislation. And there has to be enforcement, there has to be registers, and we really need a separate unit where there'll be records, and one can look from the data that's fed into it and see where in the country problems are happening. There's probably nothing worse for a farmer to come out in the morning and find the skin of his bull on the pasture, and someone has, with all the skills, has come, slaughtered his bull, and has already sold all the meat. And that bull was supposed to finance his child's education in part. Like, that's how we save. All people put money into animals as part of the savings plan. Now, when there's predial larceny, and I'll go back to coconuts, and someone takes something as simple as a coconut or a large number of coconuts, they may think they're taking coconuts and they're only concerned about the water. But there are other industries in Barbados that use products for a specific purpose. And I'll give an example. We have various alcoholic beverages that are sold with flavors. And you might find that a particular brand that might have had a coconut brand might be getting all their coconuts on contract from a particular piece of land in Barbados because it produces a particular flavor. So when someone goes in with a truck and raids it, they might affect an important export product that is not coconut water. They may be affecting an important export like one of our rums. And therefore, we have to think about the long-standing and the consequences outside of our shores and how it affects our foreign exchange earnings. Madam President, I am thankful to you.
And I thank you too, Senator Dr. Maynard. Senator Dr. Monroe Knight.
Thank you, Madam Acting President. I want to associate myself with all of the positive and affirmative comments that have been made in the chamber thus far in respect of this matter. In particular, I want to associate myself with and support the words of Senator Dr. Charleston Brathwaite, and certainly to thank him for his continued advocacy when it comes to matters of agriculture and farming. I, like him, would agree that unfortunately farmers in this country do not get the level of recognition that they deserve. And I believe that this has to do with the unfortunate love-hate relationship that we in this country have with agriculture. And it is because of, let me say perhaps, the tainted history and the association that we have had with agriculture and our colonial past. So that very often when we speak to agriculture and farming, we evoke memories of that colonial history when the farmer was working in the sun until he back wreck until he fingers hurting and all of those things that our folk songs speak to. And we see images of people in stained clothes and boots. And given our supposed development, we do not see that those that are involved in agriculture are very much at the backbone of our sustainable development. It is unfortunate, Madam Acting President, that we have this negative association and this undervaluing of the contribution of the men and women who often provide at great risk, a great challenge to themselves, a large amount of investment, the very food that we eat. And this is perhaps because as well, we don't often interface with them. Because if you don't go in the market to see sometimes the men and women who are farmers themselves who are trying to sell their produce, and we only go to the supermarkets, then we can become divorced from the fact that we are speaking not about esoteric farmers, but men, real men and women who, as we've commented on this floor before, are farming to pay their bills, pay their mortgages, and send school their children. And when we speak of this term, prairie larceny, Madam Acting President, I think that we can become a little bit sophisticated. Because really and truly what is happening, I'm going to get very Bajan here, is thieving. People are thieving, they're taking up and carrying away what it belongs to them. They are taking up and carrying away what these farmers have invested millions of dollars in doing. I can suggest that prairie larceny is one of the most discouraging elements of agriculture, and in fact estimates that losses across the region to prairie larceny alone in the context of everything else that faces agriculture, is in the amount of $312 billion. $312 billion is what farmers across this region are losing in the context of prairie larceny. And this is after they have invested millions of dollars. One of the most fundamental impacts of prairie larceny that we often don't talk about and tie enough is its impact on food security, Acting Madam President. A study done in 2018 by academics out of the university in St. Augustine tied prairie larceny directly to food insecurity in this region. And that is interesting because a recent study has shown that for the English-speaking Caribbean, there has been an increase of some 72% in food insecurity in the post-COVID, in the period now after COVID. So can you imagine, in this region, we have that tremendous increase in food insecurity at the same time that we have what I call this scourge in this country, across the region, of prairie larceny. Acting Madam President, I think that we've talked about before that the fact that this act discourages people, farmers themselves, from wanting to plant, to produce, to grow. I don't know if you recall that just in March of 22, certainly I saw on the news a farmer involved in sugarcane lamenting the fact that in broad daylight, it has become so sophisticated now. It's not under the cover of darkness, but in broad daylight, he caught 2 persons in his field in broad daylight, taking away his crops. In broad daylight. But the bigger issue for us is what does it mean when our farmers feel that they cannot have the security in terms of their production? What does it mean when a farmer has to say, as was done here in Barbados, where a farmer said, I prefer to destroy my crops than have somebody come and take it up and carry it away? TIFIC. TIFIC. What does that mean? One of the biggest consequences, and again, borne out in literature, that is also married to this issue of predatory larceny, is also as well our high food import bill. Because in many instances, where farmers now are saying we will retreat because we do not have any security, that we, and this is a regional problem, are seeing now our food import bills increasing over time. But that also as well comes from, I think what was said on the floor is because of what I indicated previously, that we don't value the farmers. We don't value the produce that comes from the land. And that is also as well part of an international system. I recall when I was heavily involved in trade negotiations in the WTO in the very, very early years, hearing a US negotiator say out of her mouth, she said, it is an anachronism of bygone days for people to think that they need to feed themselves. And this was in the context of a World Trade Organization where developed states were, of course, trying to open the economies of developing countries for imports. And that same United States was one of the main beneficiaries of those imports, and also one of the countries that was delivering the highest level of subsidies to their farmers. So as they were praying open the economies of developing states and telling us don't bother to feed yourselves, take my import, they were subsidizing their farmers in order for them to be able to grow and support their country, because they understood that importance. So we have these twin things that are happening. One, an international economy that wants us to continue to import our food. On the second hand, we have an agricultural sector that is impacted by predatory larceny and other concerns, and as well a society that doesn't fully recognize how fundamental it is for us to be able to feed ourselves. And that is critical, Acting Madam President, that we understand that. I want, Acting Madam President, to also say as well that I've heard the calls and the indications that the Predatory Larceny Act will not solve the problem, that we need a suite of other measures. I want to suggest, however, that amongst those suite of measures has to be that Barbadians take some responsibility for being their brother's keepers, so that when I go to the coconut vendor, that I will ask, I will not wait for the police to come and ask them, but when I go to buy my bottles of coconut, because I am a responsible citizen, because I understand that if those coconuts maybe have been received through theft, that I have a responsibility to my fellow farmer, to my cousin, to my neighbor, whoever it is, to not support that activity. In the context, Acting Madam President, of the fact that we have a constrained economy, all of us are going to be price conscious. And in the context of being price conscious, we may feel that we then have to support or buy the items that are offered at the lowest bidder. But I want, Acting Madam President, to encourage us that we need to see the wider and broader picture of that impact on the farmer, his investment, the potential health risk, even to ourselves in the context of food safety, and then to the wider economy of being sure that we take responsibility for being our brothers, our sisters' keeper, so that this act cannot stand on its own without us taking that responsibility. So that when people offer us produce, and this is one of the fundamental changes in respect of the 27 Act as opposed to what is being offered in this 2022 legislation. Before, there was a complicated process of having to produce, bill of ladings, and not bill of ladings, but this book that you had to produce, it had to be registered and all of those things. And now we are saying the evidence that you have to produce can be something as simple as a receipt, a bill of lading, etc. So we are seeking to simplify the process in terms of being able to provide evidence that, in fact, the produce that you have and the produce that you receive has been sourced from legitimate sources. And it places accountability not just on the police, not just on technology. It places responsibility at us, at the average citizen, to be able to address this issue. My final point, Acting Madam President, in respect of this, again, has to do with the tremendous risk and challenge that farmers are facing in the context of their production, and the extent to which this theft, the larceny, the thieving, the carrying away, adds an additional layer of challenge for farmers across this country, and even in the region, because I want to go wider than Barbados, in the region, particularly in the world that we are facing now. Unfortunately, the conversation now has become more acceptable because we can talk about supply-side constraints because of Ukraine, etc. But the issues of agriculture and predatory larceny predated much of that. So that we have for farmers facing, as Senator Dr. Charleston Bradford indicated, the fundamental issue of climate, of environment, of market, of investment, all critical issues that farmers have to contend with. I am happy to be part of a government, however, that is seeking in the context of its policies to be able to address some of these critical challenges. One of the programs that the government has undertaken is a program called FEED. And since the establishment of the Farmers Enfranchisement and Empowerment Program in 2019, the government, through the Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security, has provided land to over 250 first-time farmers all across Barbados. The provision of land, however, is but one pillar of FEED, because there is a clear understanding that just giving land is not necessarily empowerment. So the FEED program provides training in order to ensure that these farmers know how to budget, know how to do their market analysis, marketing, and all of the other core skills that are critical to ensure that they can be successful. And that is a program that the government will be expanding in order to scale up production right across this country. And very often, those participants of that FEED program are young men and women who this government is investing in the context of agriculture. I also want to speak to that in the context of addressing some of the critical challenges facing the agricultural sector, that this government is seeking to expand through its work in Suriname, its work with Brazil, its work with Guyana, a massive build-out of agricultural production in ways and in areas that have not traditionally been tapped. Beekeeping for young men as an area, as an area that we can have young men being able to go in, and I say young men, and it should not be gendered, young men and young women, being able to go in order to be able to make an income in an area of agriculture that was underlooked before, that this government is seeking to pick up. This government has, as well, is investing, and we talked about it before, it was on the floor, somebody said, people have to eat what is produced, in encouraging people to have kitchen gardens right within communities. Right within communities. The government will be incentivizing for the establishment of kitchen gardens in homes across communities and providing support for that build-out, so that we are not only addressing the issue of agriculture and the challenges just from a punitive standpoint in the context of legislation and fines, but the government is having a complete program that addresses the issues. I also want to say, Madam Acting President, that certainly the government is also placing emphasis on education and consultation. Certainly the Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security, in the development of the updating of this bill that is before us, had consultations across the farming sector to ensure that it reflected what was needed by the farming sector itself, and that therefore at the end of it, we can have an act that would be owned, and ownership is also critical within this process. So again, Acting Madam President, it is not just one pillar, it is not just one plank. The issue of predatory larceny in itself is critical and is important, but the government is also as well building out what I always like to say is a full system of support for the agricultural sector going forward. As I close, Acting Madam President, I want to close by reiterating and by asking Barbadians once again to look at this act as a way of securing the business, the livelihoods of our farmers, those farmers that feed us the sweet potatoes that we eat, the eddos, the carrots. There are real people behind that production. And this bill and the enforcement of it, we are asking as a government that the people of Barbados join us, that they help us be the eyes and ears in protecting the sector and the livelihoods of the men and women who depend on it. I'm obliged.
Thank you very much, Senator Dr. Monroe Knight. Dr. Senator Cummins, please.
Thank you very much, Madam Acting President. I wish to express my appreciation to all of the honorable senators who spoke on this bill, from Senator Dr. Charleston Brathwaite, Senator Lorenzo Harewood, Senator Dr. Chris Maynard, and then finally, Senator Dr. Chantal Monroe Knight. The commitment being given from the members in this place, I hope, to protection and the development of agriculture and support for the persons who are functioning in the agricultural sector can hopefully be mirrored by those across the Barbadian society who I believe understand the important points which were made by all of the honourable senators who have spoken. They also understand the points which have been made in the other place when this bill was first debated, and they very much also understand the points that are being made by the representative bodies and by the Minister of Agriculture himself. It is a terrible thing not just to think about the fruits of your labor. You have put all of this hard work into building a business and building a livelihood, and to find your fields gutted on the eve of harvesting, to find your livestock slaughtered, and then to have someone who has not sowed reaping your benefits and then being able to derive a commercial benefit therefrom. There is something fundamentally wrong with that. And if we describe it in the terms of this legislation, as predial larceny, and Barbadians talk about it, or we describe it as deprivation of lives and livelihoods, or we call it thiefing, taking it when it belonged to you, as Senator Monroe Knight did, it all speaks to us ensuring that people respect, understand, and support the agricultural sector across this country, and in so doing, support this item of legislation. And with these few words, Madam Deputy President, I beg to move that this bill be read a second time.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time. All those in favor?
Aye.
And those against? Please say no. The ayes have it.
Madam Acting President, I beg to move that this Senate do now dissolve itself into a committee of the whole for further consideration of this bill.
The question is that this Senate do now resolve itself into committee for further consideration of this bill. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. And those against, please say no. The ayes have it. This House will resolve itself into committee.
Senate is in committee.
So, Deputy President, may we take the bill in parts?
Agree. Yeah. Permission granted.
What do you say? Thank you, sir. Clauses 1 to 5.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that clauses 1 to 5 do stand part.
The question is that clauses 1 to 5 stand part. Honorable senators in favor, please say aye. Aye. Against, please say no. Thinks the ayes have it.
Clauses 6 to 10.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that clauses 6 through 10 stand part.
The question is that clauses 6 to 10 stand part. Honorable senators in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Clauses 11 to 15.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that clauses 11 through 15 stand part.
The question is that clauses 11 through 15 stand part. Honorable senators in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
The schedule.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that the schedule be the schedule to the bill.
The question is that the schedule be the schedule to the bill. Honorable senators in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Report.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that you do not report to Her Honor, Madam Deputy President, the passing of one bill in committee.
The question is that I do now report to Her Honor, the acting president, the passing of one bill in committee. Honorable senators in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
The acting deputy president has reported to me the passing of one bill in committee.
Madam Deputy President, I beg to move that this bill now be read a third time.
The question is that this bill be now read a third time. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. And those against, please say no. The ayes have it.
Madam Acting President, I wish I could be consistent in what I'm calling you. Madam Acting President, I beg to move that this act now do pass and be cited as the Protection of Agricultural Products Act 2022.
The question is that this act do now pass and be cited as the Protection of Agricultural Products Act 2022. Those in favor, please say aye. Aye. And those against, please say no. The ayes have it.
Madam Acting President, that brings us to the end of government business for the day. I want to thank the honourable senators who have joined the debate today and the deliberations, and I beg to move that the Senate do now be adjourned, sine die.
The Senate is adjourned, sine die. The question is that the Senate be now adjourned, sine die. Those in favor, please say aye. Aye. And those against, please say no. The ayes have it.